Okay, we're ready. All right. Good afternoon. It was 5:17 p.m. on November 1st, 2023, in this meeting of the UP State Board of Education working session is now called to order. This month's working session is being held in person at the Marion S. Berry Junior Building. However, in-person attendance is limited to members of the staff, state board invited guests. The working session is being streamed live on the State Board's YouTube page for members of the public to attend. State Board will continue holding working sessions and public meetings in person. Please visit SBOE.dc.gov to learn how to submit and or present testimony at a meeting of the board. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum by Executive Director Butler. Whenever you're ready.
Representative Williams. Representative Chang.
Hello there.
Representative Goulet. Representative O'Leary.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Best. Representative Thompson.
Present.
Representative Reed. Representative Patterson.
Present.
Representative Kelly. Representative Villaflor.
Here.
Representative Washington.
Present.
Representative Yarkin.
Present.
A quorum has been determined and the State Board will now proceed with the meeting. Again, welcome to our November 1st DC State Board of Education working session. I'm actually going to start us with the leadership report. So members, I think the thing that should be a top of mind for all of us is the budget. I'm telling you all my hope, and then I'm also going to reiterate what is currently our plan, because what was not planned. So our hope is that we can get an extension for our budget enhancement submissions to the second round of the education cluster. Because despite the fact that we are a small agency and our staff has done a yeoman's job in preparing all of the forms as they have been requested, and with all of the changes to the budget process, we are a public body that still has to vote. And so, because the date of the submission for us is currently November 7th, we do not have another public meeting until November 17th, maybe, whatever, the third Wednesday of November, right? So in the event that we cannot get an extension to the second submission deadline, we will be having a special meeting. So I asked the staff to notice the meeting yesterday, just in case, because we do have to do that 7 days beforehand. And so that meeting is actually scheduled for November 7th, which will allow us to slide in right at the November 7th deadline. Of course, I'm still hoping that we can get an extension just because of the tight turnaround. I know that we have an admin committee meeting tomorrow. So the admin committee meeting will get the first pass, and I would like for members to also have a little more time with the budget documents, especially since there are some changes to the process this year to familiarize themselves. That being said, I'm hoping that our shared priority is getting as many enhancements as possible. I do not want to jeopardize that in any way, shape, or form. I definitely encourage any questions or comments about that, because I know this is big news, but I've shared with you both the hope and the plan. If anything changes, we will definitely let you know that things are evolving. I do apologize for not being able to have a different update or an update sooner, but we're doing our best and working as fast as information is coming in. So that's the first thing I want to just give a headline around. Second thing that I would note, in addition to what was laid out in the email I sent for you today, is that it's actually been a very, very busy month for the State Board, and I know it's been a busy one for Austin too, not just because of the joint sessions we had with Austin, teacher appreciation day. So thank you to the staff, the members, and special shout out to Layla for coordinating. I don't even know how many volunteers and how we're doing Howard Homecoming Weekend. I might add to help make sure boxes got through elementary, so I know we've had staff working for weekends. And then by coastal, with people attending a NASB conference, with people attending Aurora Institute. Taya hosts the record for presentations right now with back-to-back California appearances. So please congratulate her on a job well done at NASB. Thank you for representing us so well, in addition to all the things that have been happening around the budget and then just the work of the board in general. So I just want to acknowledge how much is happening and say thank you to all of you all for making all of those things happen, both board members and staff. I know we have an agenda, so I don't want to belabor anything or shared out, but I do want to allow space for questions. People have questions and for comments. Right. Let me know if there are other things. A few of the things in the leadership report I sent will actually also be expounded upon in our later committee reports. So that concludes my leadership report. I will come back to Executive Director Butler, her report.
Good evening, members of the DC State Board. Since our last meeting in October, the SBOE team has helped execute a successful DC Council and State Board breakfast and released our teacher retention crosswalk. Many thanks to Jim Briones, who led this work for our team. So thank you, Jim, for all of your hard work on the crosswalk. The State Board members and staff also helped the Liz Foundations and aerial advocates of the Washington District celebrate educators through elementary. Thank you to the members and staff who volunteered on Sunday to load trucks, unpack school supplies, and really create a beautiful experience for teachers. And again, a special shout out to Layla, our admin operations fellow and undergraduate students at Howard University who secured peers to help volunteer over homecoming weekend. Thank you to the members and staff representing the DC State Board at the 2023 NASB conference. Please check your inboxes for details regarding reimbursement and expenses. The weeks ahead leading to Thanksgiving are busy as usual. Tony Kleiner, Dan Davis, and myself are busy getting the FY25 budget documents and preparing to host our first all-agency meeting with the Office of the Student Advocate and Ombudsman's teams. Our research and operations team will be reaching out to our board committees to finalize public meeting panels for December and January. Our budget and operations team will be releasing our first agency operations manual and updating computers and phones. Lastly, as the end of my first year approaches later this month and the board's first year of this 2-year period in December is approaching, I will be reaching out to each state board member to schedule one-on-one conversations to check in on how things are going, what the team and I can do to make year 2 even better. Please check your inboxes in the coming weeks for additional details. Thank you, President Thompson. That concludes my report.
Members, any questions about the Executive Director Butler's report? I want to thank Executive Director Butler and notes that you also have an email in your inboxes with follow up to the council records and all the materials. It showed out for all members of the council, the legislative staff, and of course, the Sherman's office. All right, so I am now going to turn over the next 60 minutes of our meeting to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. We will share updates on the DC School Report Card, financial literacy, invest in the Early Literacy Task Force recommendations.
It was wonderful seeing many of you earlier this week at our first public meeting for the DC School Report Card. And we're happy to have the opportunity to join you at your working session again this evening. We have a lot to cover tonight: the DC School Report Card, financial literacy standards, EdFest, our early literacy task force recommendations. Because we have so much content to cover in 4 separate topics, I really appreciate it if we could hold all questions until the end so we can move through tonight's presentation as efficiently as possible. And probably have maybe 45 minutes of that now, since we're a little tardy in getting started. We can try to not have you delayed any further in your agenda. We have 4 primary objectives for you this evening. First, Alexander Zhu will provide an update on our ongoing report card engagement process and take any thoughts that you have there. So thanks again to the board for your fantastic participation and collaboration on Monday. Second, we will provide a brief update on OSCE's work on the financial literacy standards development and make sure that you all feel fully up to date on that. Third, we have Chelsea Christensen, our Director of Partnerships and Engagement for My School DC, who will provide information about EdFest as it is coming up quickly now. And lastly, we'll provide an overview of the recommendations that were included in the early literacy task force report. And we have Elizabeth Ross, the head of DC's statewide division of teaching and learning, to answer any BD questions you may have about the recommendations included in the report. We're also happy to hear any feedback that you may have to improve the recommendations. However, as President Thompson alluded to in her leadership report, I want to note that the FY25 budget process is ongoing and not yet complete, so we will not be able to answer questions about the FY25 budget process pertaining to these recommendations or any other OSCE priorities. So thanks again for your time, and I will turn it over to Alvin.
Thank you all. So I wanted just to first start with sharing a very familiar slide, I think, with all of you, the working timeline and the work ahead. Again, this is something that everyone should be familiar with and kind of have seen. Again, the blue area is just indicative of where we're at in the process. So fall 2023, we are working through some public-facing engagement sessions with the state board. And through the end of the year, the work ahead for both the 2023 DC School Report Card and the new DC School Report Card is noted. During the month of November, we're trying to finalize the content, kind of the data for the 2023 DC School Report Card, publishing that by December. We're really excited to continue the engagement work that we're doing with you on the new 2024 DC School Report Card. Next slide. As President Thompson, as Andrew alluded to, on Monday, we held our first public engagement session with the DC State Board of Education. I think I just first want to really just express a really sincere thank you to the state board for the collaboration, for really helping to facilitate and lead really thoughtful discussions on the topic. I was really impressed with what was happening at the tables, with what people were talking about. I started to do a little bit of synthesis analysis. There were about 25 people in the room that were engaged, and I counted through all the little sticky notes, and we actually got 150 pieces of specific feedback related to the DC School Report Card and its content and format. And again, that was really the goal, or not the format, but the content and information, which was really the goal for that session. So we really look forward to sharing more information related to that. But again, thank you to all the representatives, the staff, and folks that were there for that session. Next slide. Which does lead us to, we do have 2 other engagement sessions coming up. The next 2 will be virtual in nature. So on Monday, November 13th, we'll hold a 1-hour virtual session. And the goal of that session is to receive feedback and gather data from the public on where and how to display each school's summative score. Registration details are included in the slide, as well as on OSCE's website. We encourage folks to register and attend. For agenda items, we plan to do some background information on the summative score, mainly how it is calculated, ensuring that we're level setting there. We'll discuss the differences between the DC school report card and the accountability system. And we're really going to spend most of our time consulting and seeking input from those in attendance on some mock-ups and other state examples of how the sum of the score is presented, such that we really want to understand why people prefer to have the sum of the score on a school page, whether at the top, the bottom, the middle, or in another place. So we look forward to that discussion on Monday, November 13th. I think it says.
So that heading at the top.
Yeah, it is a typo. November 13th, Monday, November 13th. Next slide. And then we will conclude our public engagement sessions with another one on Monday, December 4th, after the Thanksgiving holiday. This one will also be virtual in nature. And the goal of that session will be to receive feedback from the public on the overall display of the DC School Report Card and really focusing on visual and comparative features and how we really want to present the DC School Report Card. So we look forward to sharing materials and agenda items related to that in the future as well. Next slide. Again, just some reminders, please spread the word to those that are watching and tuning in live. Again, we have a survey available at the bit.ly link DC School Report Card feedback, as well as 2 more virtual engagement sessions, one on Monday, November 13th, and the second one on Monday, December 4th. We really appreciate the state board as well for sharing out information. I really appreciated the Instagram post that I saw, and thank you for continuing to circulate the flyer as well. So thank you. Next slide. And then just as we're continuing to think about this work ahead and the proposed next steps, again, we are in the process of doing our public engagement. At the December working session, we do plan to come back to you all to present some preliminary results on the online survey that is currently open. We will debrief the November 13th public engagement session, such that the December 4th public engagement session will be happening the same week as the working session. We'll probably do a very high level debrief of that. And then we do hope to do some alignment on the content that we are going to include on the 2024 DC School Report Card, the presentation of the summative score, as well as other key display features. That will move us into January 2024's working session, where we're going to continue to kind of do some user test experiences over the month of January and work to finalize our proposal. And ultimately that does align with the February 2024 date of making sure that we have all the materials we need on OSSI's end so that OSSI can begin to build the 2024 DC School Report Card. And I believe that is my last slide. So I will turn it over now to
Thank you so much, Alex. I am delighted to be here tonight to provide you with an update on our financial literacy standards. Next slide, please. Much like my colleague Alex, I'm starting with a slide that should feel familiar and an update that I hope feels great because we are right on track and exactly where we told you we would be when we first started these conversations this summer. Currently, next slide, please. Our expert reviewers are reviewing our draft financial literacy standards, which we drafted based on the public feedback that we heard over the course of the summer in response to a survey and stakeholder engagement sessions, and we're heavily informed by educators and by students. The expert reviewers are finishing up their review right now, and we are tracking towards publication later this month. At which point in time the standards will be open for a 30-day public comment period. Next slide, please. We've updated our website to build a landing page, and this landing page is where the financial literacy standards, the draft of those standards, will live during the public comment period, and we'll be excited to get that out broadly and widely so that we hear from the full range of stakeholders, experts, students, teachers, community members who will have an interest in these standards and help us make them stronger and better before we move towards implementation. Next slide, please. Our next steps in this project are beginning public comment period, which will be open for a 30-day period, and we anticipate closing in January of 2024. And then in February, I'll come back and provide you with an update as to the updates that we've made in response to that public comment that we have heard. I'm really looking forward to that meeting and want to thank this group for their support throughout this process. I'm now pleased to turn it over to my colleague, Kelsey, who's going to talk to us about EdFest DC.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for having me this evening. Next slide, please. I am thrilled to share that EdFest will be returning in person this year. And it will be, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you so much. And we are actually coming back with a new 2-event model. So December 2nd from 10 to 1, we'll be at the DC Armory with schools serving pre-K through grade 8. The following weekend will be at Eastern High School on December 9th for our high schools. Between the 2 events, we have registered 218 public and public charter school booths, 64 community partner booths, and we have 7 of our pre-keeps who will also be in attendance at that pre-K through grade 8 event. As you all know, EdFest provides students and families an opportunity to get to meet all of the public school options that are available to them before the lottery opens on December 11th this year. So we're really excited to be bringing this back in person. Next slide, please. In addition to the new 2-event model, we also heard from our Future of EdFest working group last year that the LEAs and parents wanted to hold on to some of the benefits of having that virtual event. So we are doing pre-registration for this year's event, which will allow us to better track attendance, and we'll also be able to better communicate with our attendees after the event. We will also be able to check in attendees both at the event itself and at each booth, so that we'll be able to get their visitors after the event. So we'll be able to disseminate the information of the folks that visited their booths so you can follow up with them individually, be able to communicate with families that visited them during the events. A new tool we're bringing on board this year is the questions for students by students one sheet. So it's similar to our questions for parents by parents, but we've been working with our partners at Higher Achievement and have their 7th and 8th graders who have submitted draft questions to us. So we're working on that. We'll have that printed and ready to go to help support students who are attending that grade 9 to 12 event on December 9th. We're also engaging community partners in inviting their students to attend in groups. So we already have Higher Achievement on board, bringing all of their 7th and 8th graders to the event on December 9th, which we're really excited about, and looking forward to engaging more community partners in that way as well. We have also been engaging in event sponsorships, both financial and in kind, to help offset some of the additional costs of this event. So we're continuing to see that be a huge benefit. High Tech has come in as their in-kind electric sponsor, which has been a huge help to help offset some of those expenses as well. Next slide, please. So today actually was the registration launch. So if you are on our alerts, you should have received an email and text message at about 5 p.m. If you did not, let me know. We'd love to have you sign up for our alerts to make sure you have all the information you need for everything about My School DC. We did this year send out our key dates and EdFest save the date about a month earlier than we've done previously. We sent that out in September. Again, with the return to in-person and this new 2-event model, we wanted to make sure families had this information as early as possible. Registration launched today. So that went out in email and text format. We also sent it out to all of our partners. That includes all of the A&Z commissioners, thanks to Kent and his wonderful email list. We'll be starting all of our paid advertising on November 6th, and that includes print, radio, TV advertising, digital advertising, and then we also have bus and rail advertising that will be starting then as well. Our phone banking will be getting started in the middle of the month, and our target for that is at-risk families, particularly for those who are in transition grades. So we really focus our calls on those who are rising pre-K 3 and 4, 6th grade and 9th grade. We'll also be sending postcards similarly to those same target populations so that they're able to get multiple touches from us before the event itself. Today, we also shared our LEA and partner toolkits. So those toolkits include ready-made graphics, ready-to-go newsletter content, social media content, general information about EdFest and how the lottery works. I would love to be able to share that perhaps with Bernice after this and make sure you all have that as well so you can help us spread the word. We also had meetings 2 weeks ago with all the council members' offices, so they're aware of our dates and deadlines and EdFest information. And they also received the partner toolkit today, so they'll be able to help us spread the word as well. We've also doubled down our community presence pre-EdFest because of the new event model, wanting to get out the word earlier. We've been attending more community events and always looking for more. So if you have any community events coming up that you would like my school DC to be at, we're happy to bring our field team and make sure people have the information they need to join us at EdFest. And if it's after EdFest, happy to also connect with you about lottery one-on-one trainings as well. Next slide, please. I kind of covered this already, but how you can help. We would love your help spreading the word. We're not really sure what to expect after 3 years of virtual events and a shift from 1 to 2 event model. But the more we can spread the word about this event, the better. It's a great opportunity for families to be able to meet as many schools as possible and really get to understand the lottery itself and make better decisions, better informed decisions if they're thinking about their school choices. Great. I think I'm handing it back to Elizabeth.
That's right. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Next slide, please. I am now excited to spend the next 12 slides, so hang in there with me, talking about a project of which I am very, very proud. And I know that folks in this virtual room, including a particularly Representative Alistair Chang, who I know is listening from the AL, Hi Representative Chang, share that pride and share our excitement in this work. About a year ago, consistent with the requirements of the Structured Literacy Action Plan of 2022, we convened the Early Literacy Education Task Force. And this body, which included representatives from our team at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, including myself and Andrew Gall, as well as DCPS, as well as the DC Public Charter School Board, as well as the State Board of Education with Representative Alistair Chang representing this body, and the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Education, alongside a representative from the chair of the council, came together over the course of the year in order to compile recommendations, next slide please, that would ensure that all of our educators and all of our students had access to high quality literacy training and materials. In order to help set the stage, I just want to pause and make sure that we're all operating from the same understanding of what structured literacy is. Structured literacy training is professional development instruction on effective and systemic instructional practices in reading, including phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, and the use of empirically validated instructional methods that are appropriate for early, emergent, and struggling readers. This is important because simply by knowing how to read does not mean that educators are equipped with the knowledge and skills that they need in order to teach their students how to read. Next slide, please. The task force adopted a set of 4 primary recommendations that are compiled in a consensus recommendations report, and each of those recommendations are designed to be actionable across all 115 DC public elementary schools, including both DCPS schools and our DC public charter schools. The recommendations establish baseline expectations for our LEAs and are intended to really serve as a floor and as a guardrail rather than as a ceiling. So at any point in time, LEAs may supplement or build upon those recommendations. The Early Literacy Education Task Force also contains additional background on structured literacy and some information on how it's being implemented in other states, which we leaned on as models both to learn from and figure out what might work well for our jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk through each of the primary recommendations in some detail, but at the outset, we'll establish what those 4 primary recommendations include. First, the task force recommends that DC strengthen literacy instruction by requiring competency in structured literacy across a couple of different types of educators, specifically grade K-5 general education teachers, grades K-5 reading specialists and interventionalists, grades K-12 special education teachers, and grades K-5 English learner teachers. Under recommendation 2, the task force makes this same recommendation that DC requires specialized structured literacy training for school-based administrators who are responsible for evaluating and supporting the individuals that are working with students in classrooms and in schools every day to help inform their literacy instruction. Under recommendation 3, we shift from training on the front end to actually what's happening in the school building and the kind of support that educators will need. And under this recommendation, the task force recommends that OSSE develop a walkthrough structured literacy tool that can support individuals at the school building in ensuring that structured literacy practices are happening with fidelity across the school, and a direct coaching model that will enable educators in DC schools to receive direct on-the-ground support from individuals who can help them improve and continue to iterate upon their practice. Finally, under recommendation 4, the task force recommends that OSSE collect and publish the English Language Arts, or ELA, instructional materials that LEAs are using in DC schools, alongside a list of high-quality instructional materials that are rooted in the science of reading. Research consistently shows that high-quality instructional materials alongside great teaching are among the most powerful interventions that schools, districts, and states can do to improve the quality of education. So we are really excited by these recommendations. And I'll now spend the next few slides talking through them in detail. Next slide, please. Recommendation 1 is the meatiest recommendation. It contains 6 subparts, and under each of these parts, the task force describes how the work will happen to ensure that these different bodies of teachers, K-5 general education teachers, K-5 reading specialists and interventionals, K-12 special education teachers, and K-5 English learner teachers will have an opportunity to demonstrate competency. Specifically, under recommendation 1.1, that the competency demonstration is able to be made in a number of different ways. First, by completing high-quality training. Next, by demonstrating high-quality training was recently completed, which is particularly important given the significant investment that OSSE is making currently in structured literacy training, and that we know many of our DC educators are taking advantage of. Next, we wanted there to be an opportunity for individuals who have developed this knowledge and skills through their practice and or in other jurisdictions to be able to demonstrate that competency via an assessment. In recommendation 1.2, the task force recommends that OSSE research available options and generate a list of approved vendors for structured literacy trainings. This is particularly important to help ensure both that our LEAs have the flexibility to tailor the training to the needs of their teachers. For example, certain types of structured literacy training make sense for certain populations of teachers and students in a way that they might not be as beneficial for other populations of teachers and students. But also there are significant differences in commercially available structured literacy trainings on the market. And we felt it was critically important, the task force felt it was critically important that there be a quality bar that is established at the outset. Under recommendation 1.3, the task force recommends that OSSE create and publish on our learning management system, which is a tool to which all DC educators have access using their school-based email address. Additional trainings and related professional development on specific components of structured literacy, vocabulary, reading comprehension, and writing. These are areas where all educators can have the opportunity to deepen their practice and really learn more about how to ensure that not only do their students have the skills to know how to read, but actually to make meaning out of what they are reading and are in a position where they are reading to learn. Under recommendation 1.4, the task force recommends that additional structured literacy training options be made available, including for special populations of teachers, such as bilingual teachers, and training for early childhood educators, as well as adolescent educators and middle and high school administrators and school-based librarians. Under recommendation 1.5, the task force recommends that LEAs track educator completion of this required structured literacy training and report these completion data to OSSE for compliance purposes. And finally, under recommendation 1.6, the task force recommends that all teachers required to complete training must demonstrate ongoing competency in structured literacy every 5 years. We know that educators have a lot of demands on their time, and also that maintaining competency in this critical skill is going to be quite important in order for this work to have the impact that we want for our students and schools. Next slide, please. Under recommendation 1.1, the 3 pathways, and I will move relatively quickly through these. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we are on next slide. I think we're going the wrong direction for these. Perfect, thank you. Under recommendation 1.1, three pathways that the task force is interested in LEAs having access to and then DC educators having access to include first that the approved structured literacy training. We believe this pathway would be the most popular for DC educators and it would require completion of an approved structured literacy training. Under pathway 2, educators would provide to their LEAs that would then provide could require of an approved structured literacy training within the educators. And under recommendation, or excuse me, under pathway 3, educators would have the opportunity to earn a passing score on a structured literacy competency assessment. This pathway is one that OSSI would need to do some work in order to develop the assessment. We want to be sure that that assessment is actually high quality and requires an educator not just to demonstrate competency, but also to demonstrate competency in practice. And so we are really excited to make these opportunities available to DC educators. Consistent with this recommendation, and next slide, please. OSSI will research available options and generate a list of approved vendors for structured literacy training that LEAs must then select from. And so we provided on this slide some of the offerings that are in the field right now, including Lexia Letters training, including a high quality science of reading training that OSSI has procured and is currently available on our learning management system, and the DC Reading Clinic, which, as many in this room know, is truly a jewel for our city. Next slide, please. Under recommendation 2, the task force recommends that DC require individuals who are in a position, so those school-based administrators and others who are evaluating and supporting K-5 teachers and instructional coaches, have those same opportunities to demonstrate comprehensive knowledge of structured literacy. So by completing training, by demonstrating that they've recently completed their training or assessment. Next slide, please. This is a large body of work and it cannot happen all at once. So the task force, in acknowledgement and recommendation of that, established a cadence over a period of 4 years. And this was also contemplated by the legislation, which required the task force to develop a 4-year plan. Under those across those 4 years, all of the groups mentioned in recommendation 1 would be trained, all the educator groups, but they would do so at a cadence that prioritizes first our teachers of our earliest learners, those K2 teachers, as well as our special education teachers. Next, our grade 3 teachers, grade 3 or grade 4 teachers, and in year 4 or grade 5 teachers. There is one point about which the task force felt strongly, and that is that there may be certain schools that are moved, and our data demonstrate that there are certain schools that are moving towards designating teachers, particularly in the later elementary grades, in grades 4 and 5, as subject-specific teachers in only math or only science. And so we wanted to make this requirement of all K-5 teachers, but also provide our LEAs with an opportunity to demonstrate that if they were working with specialized teachers whose time may be better spent on math professional learning, if they are only teaching math, that they could opt out of this requirement. But again, the baseline rule is all K-5 teachers, with the opportunity for that opt-out occurring only after a demonstration. Next slide, please. Under recommendation 3, and this is where the work of the task force shifted from what's happening on the front end to actually what's happening in schools every day. How are we working as a city to support our leaders in putting the new learning that they've gained into practice? And the task force recommended that this happen in one of 2 ways. First, by developing a tool that could be used in all DC elementary schools that would help support individuals in the building who may be newer in their knowledge and skills related to structured literacy, and understanding what good practice looks like and providing that on-the-ground support. Then the task force further recommended under recommendation 3.2 that OSSI develop a pilot program for literacy coaches who would provide direct support to classroom teachers. For anyone who served in a school-based role, it makes a huge difference to have someone in the classroom who's able to provide you with real-time feedback about iterative improvements that you may want to make to your practice in order to better meet the needs of the students in front of you. And I'll talk a little bit more about the pilot literacy coaching program on the next slide. This program is specifically designed to provide direct support to up to 50 DC schools, and those would be elementary schools. So it's just shy of half of our DC, current DC elementary schools. Currently, we have 150 schools. And under this initiative, OSSE would recruit, hire, and train literacy coaches, and then support those coaches in working together to ensure that they have the knowledge and skills that they need to deploy support across our schools in a way that enables them to provide targeted support to individual teachers, but also ensure that we are uniform in our expectations for teachers across our jurisdiction. Next slide, please. Finally, under recommendation 4, the task force recommended that OSSE collect and publish English language arts or ELA instructional materials that LEAs are using as a list of high quality instructional materials so that we can help support LEAs make smart curricular decisions and then help support educators in implementing those high quality instructional materials. OSSE is well positioned to collect these data and then to report them publicly on our website, and also to maintain a list of high quality instructional materials that are nationally recognized. OSSE we do this in partnership with a nationally recognized vendor and would turn to the next slide, please, Executive Director Butler, I provide a bit more detail about what this would look like in implementation. So OSSE would collect that information and then work with the national vendor in order to publish information about the quality of those instructional materials. But it's also an important note about alignment with legislation that OSSE is currently implementing. The Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act of 2020, which also requires that each LEA adopt a science-based reading program. So we're excited that the recommendations of the task force reinforce work that is already underway in our DC LEAs. Next slide, please. This work, again, we anticipate will happen in phases. First, with the collection of those high quality instructional materials. Next, with publication of a list of those materials. And finally, with some annual updates in order to acknowledge the fact that LEAs do change curricular materials, and that's appropriate. When we know better, we can do better. And as the market continues to advance and smarter and better materials come onto the market, we want our LEAs to be in a position where they can take advantage of that. Next slide, please. Now I'm happy to turn to what can you do. I know that this is an area about which many on this body and many folks listening at home feel passionately. When you are asked by community members or other education stakeholders in the district what we can do to improve literacy instruction, we would welcome if this group would lift up the work of this report, which again was includes significant contributions from Representative Alistair Chang, and truly is a consensus report from individuals representing every sector of education here in DC. Next, none of these recommendations are currently in implementation. OSSE is actively moving forward with some recommendations that we can work on now, including by continuing to provide high quality training to educators, leveraging federal funds to provide letters training, to provide science of reading training. But we are in a position where we can certainly continue to accept feedback, and to the extent to which there's any feedback for us here tonight, or that anyone wants to follow up with us on, we welcome that feedback as we move towards implementation with this exciting work stream. I'm now happy to open the floor for questions from this body about any of the 4 topics that we discussed tonight. And really want to thank you again for hanging with me through a long and detailed presentation, and especially thank Representative Alistair for not just his work on the early literacy education task force, but truly Representative Chang Kirby, a consistent partner and champion of literacy here in DC. It has made this work such a pleasure to be able to do this group.
All right, members, we're gonna do rounds, and we're gonna do rounds by topic.
I want to, put us pretty tight into, since we're doing it down to that topic. DC school report card questions. Really cute. I saw Representative Gray first. I saw Representative Henderson. Yes, no? Okay. And then let me know if I have anyone on the phone. Representative Boulay.
So I can make sure I marked as present. I was able to watch the whole presentation on the YouTube stream, so it was really incredible. And more of a comment than a question. I just really wanted to commend you. This is the second process I've worked through with you, on first being social studies and now this. And you really created a process that engages people and really listens. I mean, I talked to residents about this. I spent 4 hours with 2 different Ward 3 markets. I talked to them about what they wanted with it, but they really do feel like they're listened to on this. And I do want to draw a distinction between what you guys are doing here, which is really good, versus what we're seeing with the boundary, student assignment study, master facilities plan. It shows this can be done right. Like, you guys are doing everything right on this. Whereas that, the community came up and talked to me about how they think it's going wrong. So, like, we gotta, if they're listening on the phone, if DME is listening, like, this is how we do it here. This is to engage the public and people feel listened to. So Asi, you're doing a great job with this. Just want to thank you for coming in, for all your outreach. We've got other areas that we need to improve, like DME's work on that. But I'll just give you quickly what people told me about this. I talked to over 200 people on this with students in DC schools, and I'll send you an email on this. You don't need to write it down. So student teacher ratio, the experience of teachers and administrators in retention, AP courses, special courses, availability of pre-K 3 and 4, which is a huge issue for parents with kids in that age in Ward 3. Then aftercare, before care options, which is not something I mentioned last time, but was hugely important to parents mentioned to me. And then just school safety issues generally, particularly the issue of bullying came up a couple times. So I will send you that list, but I just want to thank you for everything you do. I heard your whole presentation, and I thought the session on Monday was really fantastic. So thank you for everything you're doing, and let's just keep it going.
Yeah, a couple of questions from slide 6 about the next engagement. So first, on the third bullet point on the agenda items, it says there will be mock-ups of other state presentations. Will those be the same that are included in the survey, or will it include other examples?
Yes, thanks for that question, Representative Henderson. So the plan is to use the mock-ups that are currently in the survey for consistency. And then we did reach out to state board staff and representatives on other possible state examples. And so we'll be using some of those as well to create conversation discussion points.
All right, and then the fourth bullet point there, discussion on the why behind preferences to place a summative score on a school page. It seems to me that would narrow the discussion, the options, maybe skew the input from the engagement. So I would ask that we not kind of push that on the participants at that engagement.
So I think the purpose of, I think the fourth bullet is really to hone in on, again, all these questions are kind of framed or veered off of the survey. So on the survey, there's a question around the placement of the summative score. And so we're really trying to understand why people are selecting top of the school page, middle school page, bottom of the school page in a dedicated section, not on the school page. And so just trying to understand the why behind that as we're thinking about, the goal of the session around.
So you're asking why people are preferring those four options.
Yeah, like asking the why behind it, because in the surveys, the question is just like, where would you like to see it? And so people, can choose the one. But I think, in a engagement session, there's the opportunity to kind of dig a little deeper. So I think that's why we're asking the why question, doing a little bit more probing.
And how many? Where are you on the survey responses?
I checked yesterday morning. I think we're maybe at almost 100. But I know that we're still pushing it out.
And what's the close date for that?
End of November. But I think there's discussion about through our presence at this is the first session.
This sounds like a discussion, so technically that would be correct. I know Representative Chang, virtually.
Thank you. And I will get to the literacy points later. Thank you, Elizabeth Ross, for the partnership. So the number one ask I've been getting from Ward 2 parents is around access to information about AP, IB, and other specialized coursework. And I'm curious if that came up and how you're thinking about that.
Thanks for the question, Representative Chang. So one of the points of discussion on content information was we shared with attendees a few slides. We shared a slide of required elements on the report card. We shared a slide of items that are on the report card currently, but not federally required. And then we also shared a slide of kind of like could be areas for folks to react to. I would say that during the discussion, and we're still synthesizing what we've heard, but there were folks that did raise kind of course offerings and making sure that information is accessible and better available. But to answer your question, yes, it is something we heard.
Thank you.
Anyone I missed? All right, I have a question about the survey. So I guess the participation. At the in-person session, I noted to some of my colleagues, I was like, we have pretty much no one in here stakeholder is not a teacher. Doesn't mean they can't be teacher slash, but everyone was teacher. And I'm curious if that is the same participation we are seeing on the survey, or if it distinguishes. I also noticed that in sign-in sheet, it did not ask for things like zip code or ward, or like what your community orientation is. I'm curious if we can, I would encourage us, maybe not sure, I would encourage us to collect that information as we register for virtual ones.
Yep.
And I'm curious what if there is a breakdown that you all are seeing in the survey collected.
No, that's a good question. And so again, the survey is open and live, so I pop in and look at every so often when I check, I think Monday. Yes, first there's a question, President Thompson, related to ward of residents, like who's filling it out. I think when I was looking at it yesterday, those who are filling it out, there are a lot of teachers and there are a lot of parents that are filling it out. It's probably about a third teachers and a third parents, and then the remaining are other education stakeholders, students and things like that. But the majority of folks are teachers and parents completing the survey. So that would answer your first question. With respect to registration for the virtual sessions, the form should be capturing Board of Residents and like those affiliations as well. And I do believe that was captured on the event right too. So we have some of that information on the back end.
Okay, but that was, I don't believe there was an event right for the in-person session.
There was.
Oh, there was?
Yes, there was.
It just wasn't on the flyer.
I think if you go to the QR code or the link, it pulls up registration for all three.
Okay, okay. Under last call? All right.
And I'll just also one other thing, and on outreach, like we do really hope that folks will continue to share out the flyer and information. I also want to thank my colleague Chelsea. I know that they're going to do a text. Did you just send it?
There was a part of, so it was a part of the EdFest registration, which will probably have more opens than any other email we send this year.
Yeah.
Minus results. It's at the end of our email.
So yeah, we did
in the
a
text.
plug for it. I think that's going to
About
5,000
105,000.
families. So we're hoping to get a lot of additional information, but thank you.
Goals around like for representation. Maybe I should clarify. So, and Alex, I guess you would be most familiar with this. So like when we did the governance report, we kind of said from the beginning, here is who, if we get this amount of people from this group, this amount of people from this group, that would be good. Because we reached out to the officer very directly and said, what would a representative sample be? Now, I'm aware, that officer is not pleased with the recording and sampling, but that was done intentionally, so we were able to say, all right, this is what enough engagement looks like on the front end, instead of people saying, I heard what I wanted and we're gonna close it out, or we need to do more engagement because I didn't do what I wanted. So I haven't heard us talk about goals for like what would be a good sample.
Yeah, and no, I recall you bringing this up at a previous session where we were wondering if there was an N, for example, and I feel like we talked about certainly getting into 3 digits, but it's not going to be a scientific survey. Those cost quite a bit of money. It is a survey where we are really seeking as much community feedback from all sectors, from all people as possible. And so that is our push, just from every single person here, to try to reach as many people as possible. It's not that there is we must, get 2 people who live on block X or anything like that, where it's going to be a scientific survey, but we're really seeking to expand our outreach as much as possible and feel that the email to 105,000 people is a great way to really reach a lot of people. And then on top of that, we're doing other touch points as well. So we've emailed every single ANC rep to ask them to lift up the survey. We're doing canvassing to try to reach folks who may not be reached in other avenues. And so are continuing to lift up in as many ways as possible to reach as many folks as possible.
I'll talk to you. I don't actually mean for, I don't mean to be critical. I don't mean for it to be scientific, that's not my bar. I think I see, and we are all doing good outreach. I'm more so asking like, we want to hear this many people supporting us. Or like what percentage, right? Like, do we have goals? But I'm happy to talk to you about that all the time. All right, next one.
Real quick, would you be open to suggestions for 1 to 2 other mock-ups?
This is something that we've discussed with Representative Patterson and Representative Williams, and happy to continue those conversations. So maybe
Work through that.
maybe go through them.
All right, next one. Financial literacy. I know Representative Chang said he had a financial literacy question. I see Vice President O'Leary, I see Representative Henderson in that order. Representative Chang, coming to you first.
I raised my hand for literacy, excuse me.
Is it literacy, not financial literacy?
Oh, yours was literacy. Okay, so I'm gonna just hold that first on literacy.
Thank you.
First on financial literacy will be Vice President O'Leary.
Who are the experts you?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have a number of them. I'm happy to read through their names and affiliations. We have Dr. Curtis Kidd Telemann, who is a professor of management and the director of the Howard University School of Business Center for Financial Excellence. We have Dr. Cheryl Evans, who's the associate director of the Center for Financial Excellence at Howard University School of Business. We have Dr. Denise Streeter, who's the interim department chair of accounting and the faculty director of the Wealth Management Program, and a board member for the DC Small Business Development Center of the Small Business Association, and an associate professor of finance at Howard University School of Business. We have Dr. Anand Mari, who's the interim provost and executive vice president for academic affairs and professor of educational studies at Ball State University. We have Dr. Carly Urban, who's a professor of economics at Montana State University and a research fellow at the Institute for Labor Economics. We have Dr. Abdullah Albarani, who is the interim associate dean for graduate studies and research at Northern Kentucky University's Bell College of Business. We have Dr. Rebecca Macy, who is the director of the University of Chicago Financial Education Initiative, where she leads a team in research and development of K-12 financial education materials. We have Dr. Amy Marty Conrad, who is the managing director of Insights, the National Endowment for Financial Education. We have Dr. Michelle Samuel Jones, who is the senior director of equity at the National Endowment for Financial Education. We have Dr. William Bosshart, who is the professor of economics and the director of the Center of Economic Education Department at Brown State University. So these individuals we sourced over the course of the summer and really appreciated the feedback from this body to make sure that we weren't fully fully engaging the rich financial expertise here in DC, and we are so excited to have on our body a wide range of individuals who bring a set of skills and experiences both in higher education and in K-12. We were quite explicit about trying to ensure that no one on our expert committee would have a financial interest in what the implementation of these standards look like. We are very aware of the fact that we are working in a space where there are players in the space who do have a financial interest in what these standards look like, and it's very important to us that the standards actually reflect best practices from an operational and financial perspective, and would not in any way, shape, or form direct students towards certain commercial financial products, which we know is an area of risk for financial literacy.
I know everything thought that I just set up,
Or that, have that great question, huh, Sally?
But the question I have, that got back, except for the fact that they're all professional educators in financial, whatever. Are there any teachers in DC public school or the charter schools who are looking at it from an education aspect?
That is exactly the right question. So not on our expert committee, but we are lucky that we have a number of schools here in DC, including at KIPP, who are running strong financial literacy programs. And over the course of the summer and fall, we did explicit engagement with these groups and with their students in order to inform the draft standards that are then going to the expert committee for review. Additionally, as part of our stakeholder engagement, we are planning to prioritize, as part of our public comment period, planning to prioritize ensuring that we are getting feedback from teachers and from students, and we are very hopeful that this body will help us do so. So we don't have any DC, we have DC higher ed educators, but we don't have any current DC public K-12 educators on that expert committee, and that's by design, because we have other vehicles that we can use to engage those individuals in person. It's critically important to us that we're learning from the great work already underway in factors across DC, but also that we end up with some standards that are actually being able to be implemented by our DC educators, rather than something that would be more appropriate at the post-secondary.
And I just want to mention that when I first came on the State Board of Education, one of our student members was the first one to mention financial literacy. And that was at least 5 years ago. So that what these courses should be are to educate our students about how not to fall into the traps that they get when they go to college for the first day. And all these free credit cards are given to them. I'm sure that there are people in the front understand that. And so that I just want to make sure that we're understanding the audience, and also the fact that these courses are already being taught in specific schools in the city.
Yes, and we are glad that we've been able to engage with many of those educators, and we're excited to continue engaging with and learning from them. We share your interest, and these standards are designed to set our students up for lifetimes of financial success. And we hear the interest from them, and it's one of the reasons why we are moving as expediently as possible, while also balancing the need for public engagement. It's like planting a tree. I think the best time was 10 years ago, but the second best time is today.
Question about the public comment period. It seems to be falling November, December, and then into January, which I know when we did social studies, there was concern that we were going over the holidays. I don't know what the overall takeaway was from the social studies public comment period being in that time frame was, but it seems like we might be in for the same issue. So I don't know, maybe 30 days isn't enough, or maybe it could be slotted differently. Just wanted to flag that because it was definitely an issue last year.
I so appreciate that comment, Representative Henderson, and remember well extending that public comment period for social studies to make sure that we were hearing from individuals across our jurisdiction. For financial literacy, you'll note that I didn't put up an end date for that public comment in January, and we are very carefully attuned to both the Thanksgiving holiday and the Christmas holiday, as well as the New Year's holiday. And we want to be sure that we have sufficient time, excluding those holidays, for stakeholders and the public to comment. So 30 days is designed to be our minimum open period. And if we find that a significant portion of that window is going to be over the public holidays, we're not going to be in a position where we're closing this on January 1st. We really want to be sure that there's sufficient time, both for the individuals who we want to hear from, most our educators, our families, our students have time to rest and relax over the holidays, and also that they have time to deeply engage and comment on these standards. I do think public comment on these standards is, the document itself is much smaller than our social studies standards, because we're talking about a narrower scope of knowledge and skills. And so in that sense, we take public engagement very, very seriously. And so I don't want to say that it is easier, but it is a smaller body of knowledge, which means that the engagement point for individuals in the public may not be as intimidating. And so we're fully expecting and prepared for a robust engagement period, and really appreciate the comment. It's on our radar too.
Maybe, could you talk a little bit about what a student or youth engagement might look like in the process?
Yeah, thanks for that. So we've already had some great student and youth engagement, and it was really interesting to hear in particular from students about what they wanted, and a lot of the information that they wanted was DC specific. As a DC resident, what are the opportunities that I have in post-secondary education that may or may not be the same as my friends across the country? Our students are also very, very interested in understanding new and emerging financial tools, and in understanding credit, which was somewhat surprising to our team, but I think not dissimilar from what Representative O'Leary shared, that we want to set our students up for success. I think many of our students have some understanding of how credit can be both a benefit and a burden. Want to understand more about how to use it to their benefit. Moving forward, during the public comment period, we plan to do robust, public engagement, and would also welcome the chance to talk to students on the state board directly.
And then I saw in the timeline that the standard would be draft standard will be released for public comment in late November. Is that the same time we would expect them released to us?
Yes, that is correct. So these are the standards for public comment, and at this point in time, they will be the standards that the public will react to. And then once we react to that, we will bring the final standards to State Board of Education that include public feedback for consideration.
My concern is one is that what are we sure that student members are being good partners, like protecting the public and educating the public and understanding that something can be shared ahead of time, but also kind of preparing ourselves for a vote, which is a different thing than public comment. And so we have hoping that we can see
Yeah, I really appreciate the spirit of the question, and I think it's inherent in your question is there an opportunity for you to have more information about what's included in these standards so that you can help us elevate the public comment process and have some knowledge of what is in them? So I'll talk to Andrew and Dr. Grant and our internal team, and excited to continue that conversation. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you all. All right. Ready? IFS. I'm assuming less questions about IFS because people are familiar with IFS. Yes.
How do we get the print material?
Email me, I can have them delivered whenever you like. The toolkit itself also has printable flyers in English, Spanish, Amharic, French, Vietnamese, and Chinese. So I'm happy to make sure you all get the toolkit as well. If you're able to print those, but we're happy to share guides, flyers, key date flyers are all printed so far. We also have key date magnets as well.
The reason I'm asking is that it's the 1st of November. ANC's start meeting really until my ANC's don't start meeting until Tuesday. Then they meet throughout the month, but I want to get information to them. ASAP.
Great. So they've all received the partner toolkit. I know many had the save the date as well that they were already disseminating via email. But happy to also get print materials to folks as well, which is included in our partner bulletin, talking about who they can be in touch with to get print materials delivered or our presence at events, either in person or virtually.
Great. Thank you.
Yep. I also just wanted to note, I know you've been seeing me refresh. We have 80 families registered for the high school event and 234 families registered for pre-K 3 event in an hour and a half. So really excited, and other people are excited. So and 40 clicks for the form.
I'm not surprised. And I'm sure that you're very pleased given it, as we're all returning from to in person. I'm curious, actually, like the costs, maybe not the cost, the pros and cons of like 2 versus 1. Like I was in high school when my mom had my youngest sister. And so I know there are families who, a one-stop shop we are really happy about. But I'm curious, like the pros or.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was definitely a conversation point with the Future Bed Fest working group. Ultimately, the pros of having separate events and being able to tailor the events for families in a way that you walk in and know that event is for you, is really what we heard a lot from parents, even the LEAs that cross both events and have to be at both events. That's what they were hearing from their families and as well. So we're excited to see how this works, and definitely going to be adding some additional questions to our follow-up survey to see kind of whether that made sense for this year and whether it makes sense for future years as well. But definitely something that we did consider.
I'm just a little concerned that, and for families who, especially those who rely on public transportation, in parts of the city, there aren't as, and these are very accessible locations. I would know, but that track can be a bit, like I think about, there are places I can get to in my ward in like 5 minutes if I drive, which will take 2 buses to get to. And if I catch one of those, but if I miss one of those buses, or if I don't know, one of them is late, but whatever it is, that can very easily turn into a double-digit trip.
So I cannot
So I'm
officially.
so that would be my only concern, and I'm curious, like, if we can ask some questions around it's like the challenges people encounter if they have to.
That's the follow-up survey, absolutely. I also can't officially announce anything yet, but we have something in the works with a rideshare company that would include codes for free rides as well.
Yeah.
Which, and not even like a new to us free ride, but free rides. Yeah. So I am knock on all the wood, but we're hoping to have that to announce soon as well.
All right, I'm glad to see those wood.
I know, I was like, is this wood, laminate, can't tell, either.
No worries.
The thought counts.
This is the real stuff. All right. Any last questions on ethics? All right. Rounding this out. I know Representative Chang is, first in the queue. Who wants to be second? Representative Henderson got there first, second. Third is Representative Patterson. Vice President O'Leary is.
Thank you very much. I want the chance to first thank you to the Aussie team and to my colleagues on the board for the tremendous work that we've been doing on this the last not just 10 months for the task force, but also last few years that I've been a board member and had the privilege of calling you my colleagues. I also want to stress how powerful it is that we built this together with representatives from the DME, Aussie, DCPS, the DC SBOE, as well as school leaders and educators from both public and public charter schools. And I want to thank you for seriously considering the feedback that I collected and shared in our meetings, that I had gathered from reading instructors and literacy experts in between our task force meetings, and with an ask to Aussie and my fellow board members for your continued support in this work as we turn these recommendations into a reality. So a question, though, that I want to flag from Casey Boyd on our YouTube. She asked, and I would also love to hear the response from the Aussie team, how school librarians will be utilized to roll out this program. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the excellent question, Representative Chang, and for folks for being so interested in this topic, because it gives me a chance to introduce to this body the woman sitting next to me, Vani Gupta, who joined our team a couple of months ago and is an absolute superstar. I asked her to come and join me tonight. She's our literacy specialist at OSSI, because Vani will be leading the very hard work of implementation of these recommendations. So welcome to Vani, and she'll certainly be back in front of you at some point. We are very lucky to have her on our OSSI team. Representative Chang, to your point and to Casey Boyd's point, librarians are critical. They sit in a position where they not only can help our students learn how to read, but also help our students discover the joy of reading. And as a task force, explicitly named in the recommendations librarians as a group of individuals who would have access to high quality structured literacy training. And that access can begin now. OSSI currently hosts on our learning management system a high quality structured literacy training. It's 25 hours and it is exceptionally strong. We hear extremely positive feedback from educators across our sector who are engaging with and taking that training. So I encourage any librarians or other interested educators who are listening to go ahead and register for that training in our learning management system, and to know that this work wouldn't be possible without librarians, both on the front end in terms of teaching kids how to read, and then on the back end and making sure that those kids have access to the materials that will not just help them increase their learning, but help ignite them with reading.
All right.
Thank you.
For the coaching program, so it's my understanding the coaches would be Aussie staff deployed to schools. How will you decide how to deploy staff to schools? Like, how will you prioritize who receives that support?
What an excellent question. Thank you for giving me the chance to talk a bit more about this. The coaching component is one of the components about which we're most excited. As I mentioned, we're not talking about a small number of schools. We're talking about an N of 50, which is approximately 40% of our DC elementary schools. And we'll make these determinations based on a number of different data points. Looking first and foremost at how students are reading at that school. We are lucky in DC to have high quality, reliable assessment data on our state standardized assessment. And that gives us a good sense of what literacy needs a school may or may not have. But that's not the only data point that we're interested in. We're also interested in the extent to which schools already have that are working well with or utilizing a current literacy coach or a current instructional coach who is already trained in the science of reading and may be well positioned to take the walkthrough tool that we're developing and deploy it on the ground without any additional coaching support needed from an OSSI trained and supported coach. So the coaches will be in our highest need school where need is determined based on the other individuals in the building, that is specifically whether there are other literacy coaches in the building, and also data about the extent to which students at that school are likely to significantly benefit from having a literacy coach based on how they are performing in literacy.
Appreciate Representative Henderson's question because mine was along the same lines. A little bit different though. A little concerned about equity because of the smaller LEAs, particularly amongst charters. So how will you look at those particular ones or take into consideration the smaller LEAs, one-off charter school, maybe two, don't have a whole bunch of resources. How will you even the playing field so that they get that coaching that they haven't had and they may not have. So certain type of things that you guys are using to evaluate what schools need.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Representative Patterson. We share your interest in equity. This learning is important for all our students and especially for our students who are furthest from opportunity, which exists in all sorts of schools across DC. So one of the data points that we will use to make a determination about where our coaches are most needed is what types of resources, literacy resources in particular, students at that school have access to. You are absolutely correct that our smaller LEAs may not be able to afford an in-house literacy coach. And so that data point will inform where the coaches are ultimately deployed. The data are just striking about the difference that literacy instruction materials make in a student's life, and that is true across the board. So we are really looking to center equity in making these determinations.
Thank you.
This is fabulous. I'm talking from a high school English teacher's point. I had many students who were reading at grade level in high school. And I don't want those students to be neglected by, this is wonderful for, if this happens, then in 10 years, all the high school teachers will have students who are reading at grade level. But we have an emergency in the city where students don't read at grade level. And what is, two questions. The first is, and I've been asking this since I've been on the board, why aren't all students tested for their reading level at the beginning of the school year? And then follow it up with that midway and then at the end to see how they have grown, because that growth level, when we're talking about the report card, is so important. And what is available for high school teachers or for a class, or to set aside a special class to move those students who are reading at a level that's not even close to 12th grade, I don't care about 12th grade. 10th grade reading level is the most important reading level to be able to understand text. All right. What is there anything that's in the program that involves those students?
I appreciate this question so much, Representative O'Leary, and it was an issue with which the task force was critically concerned. The legislation names the task force as the Early Education Literacy and specifically requests that it come up with a plan for educators in certain categories. But the task force felt strongly enough that this high quality instruction be available to educators at all grade levels in DC, that it included recommendation 1.4, which enables this training to be available to any DC educator. And the OSSE feels strongly enough about this that currently we are making available to any DC educator high quality structured literacy training on our learning management system. So just as I shared with Representative Chang and with folks listening in the public that school librarians can sign up for this training now, the same is the case for any high school educator, any middle school educator, any elementary educator. You are absolutely right that the goal of this task force is, the goal of these task force recommendations when implemented with fidelity is to ensure that in 10 years time, there won't be high schoolers in the situation that you just described that I know you experienced as a daily reality when you were at Cardozo, and I know teachers across the city are experiencing today. But that reality is one that we can address on two fronts. First, by making sure that we're setting up our current elementary students for success, our earliest learners. And next, by ensuring that educators of those high school students have access to this high quality training so that they can be in classrooms working with their students and using what they are learning with their training. The feedback that we're getting from the training that we're offering is incredibly powerful, and it's coming from educators throughout the continuum and throughout the spectrum. We know that reading difficulties exist throughout the system. And the work that we're doing on dyslexia awareness and reading difficulties, I think is also going to be a particularly powerful. It is putting us in a position where, as a jurisdiction, we are implementing a particularly powerful intervention. So, under the addressing dyslexia and other reading difficulties and then Act of 2020, we are training every single DC educator, and educator includes every school leader, every academic student, every teacher of any grade level, in understanding what dyslexia is and how to identify reading difficulties so that they can then be positioned to support that student in intervening. So that work is underway and is supplemented by the work of the task force recommendations.
But what about the students who right now, 1st of November, and that are seniors or juniors or sophomores in high school that are reading? There has to be, I know that that's not part of this tab for, but it's incredibly important because you can raise a student's reading level by reading, writing, but it has to be a programmatic kind of thing that the system has to understand is a huge problem, because we don't want any students graduating from high school where their reading level won't help them once they get to the work world or to the military or to college, especially. And I'm speaking as a college professor right now.
I know this issue is personal for you, and it is for us too, and that's why any educator today can sign up and begin that training. It's the training that we have on our LMS. We work in conjunction with TNTP, which used to be the New Teacher Project, to develop, and it is very, very high quality. It takes 25 hours, so this educator won't be ready to deploy this training tomorrow or later this week, but by next week could be ready to use in practice that knowledge and skill set to help support their students. And again, the structured literacy training for teachers is so powerful because it helps them understand the fundamentals of not just how to read, but how to teach a child who is a struggling reader how to read. And so that is, a recommendation that the task force felt strongly about, and that OSSI is already in a position where we are active.
And I would just add that OSSI has also invested approximately $40 million in recovery funds to high impact tutoring, which goes to both literacy, health, and math instruction, but to give those targeted instructions, that's already ongoing work and will be continuing this year. So for the individuals that need additional supports, we would encourage them or their parents to sign them up for those high impact tutoring supports.
It's a great question.
I have two questions. One, I think is a clarification. I'm a little confused. So when we had our annual and public meeting, and heard from teachers about the literacy recommendations, what are the challenges they outlined regarding cost? And so now that we are recommending a mandate, does that assume that we are going to offer at no cost?
It's a great question. So, as everyone in this group knows, the FY25 budget work is already underway, and also OSSI is in a position where we are already offering high quality training currently for any interested DC educator, and so certainly the task force did not recommend that individual educators assume this cost. To date, OSSI has been very fortunate that we are able to strategically deploy both our federal ESSER stimulus funds alongside our federal recovery funds in order to not only offset the cost of this training, but actually to provide incentive stipend support to educators for completing this training, which is intensive and does require demonstration of competency at the end. So we are in a position where we are doing a lot of work now, which is designed to help offset any future costs, and more importantly, get this training in the hands of educators now so that they can turn in their classrooms.
So what I heard, which I would totally understand, if you don't feel comfortable coming speak on, because I know that you all, not trying to comment on that, what's on top of it, is that you are currently using ESSER funds for some of these things to offset costs. But, it does sound like there are some assumptions around the additional costs that we need to pick up in the future, either to expand capacity for the offerings OSSI has, or to offset educator stipends for other offerings, that would give for the offices.
I think that's an excellent summation of where we are.
Thank you. Second, in this question, that's courtesy, if I heard our executive director ask it as a working session to have about supports for parents. I know that we do have a really robust things around these public libraries, like saying read, but like as we are expanding structured literacy in particular, as an approach, helping people understand, are there support for parents around either like understanding or implementing this shift?
I love this question. It's consistent with some feedback that we received about the task force recommendations. And as you heard from my presentation and from the public session, the feedback that you got from the teachers, the task force had its work cut out for it in terms of coming up with these recommendations. And so addressing the family and community engagement component was outside the scope of those recommendations, but it is critically important. So it's so exciting to my team at OSSI that this is the kind of feedback that we're hearing from the field, because it means that the work of literacy is becoming deeply embedded in the infrastructure in DC, and we hear that hunger from families and communities, and it's something that I directed my team to dig into so that we can be developing more family and community friendly resources to help parents understand how to meet the needs of their youngest learners, but of all learners, including our children.
I just wanted to add that as teachers are better trained and have that increased knowledge, it will assist them in helping parents. For example, when you're coming to a parent-teacher conference, the more knowledge I have about specifically how to help the student, I can pass that on to the parent, which they can then take action upon. And so the more training you have for those teachers, the better support that they can provide to parents to support their children.
All right, that was the end of our question queue.
No,
And we have a late attendee, so we can do the last two questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly follow up, Mr. Scott, you had said, you mentioned the high impact tutoring. Does like the state board or like the public in DC have any information on like which schools are like enrolled in that, how many students are enrolled, like any information about how it's being rolled out, like?
There is a forthcoming report. I don't know the exact date, but that will provide additional details on those exact types of questions. And so happy to share that with you as soon as it's published.
Do you have an idea of when that might be?
It's soon, but I don't know exactly.
Okay. And then my other thing is there, has OSSI hired a new position? I know that when I first got on board, there was a chief of staff position. Has OSSI hired for that position yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's actually, and it's in the OSSI, and it's in the notes, from our leadership meeting, that we met the new person.
Just curious. That's all I have for right now.
What is her name?
Kate.
God,
Okay, I was gonna mess that all the way up. They literally just hired. All right, I want to thank Austin, for the presentation, and the answers to the questions. I want to thank members, for the excellent questions and engagement. And of course, I think we've given thanks to our Representative Chamber's participation on the early literacy task force. But I also again want to thank the members, who have been, helping out a bunch, with the ESSA, work as well. And so, as a reminder to our viewing public, we do have 2 additional sessions coming up. Honestly, if you didn't catch that in the middle of the fuller presentation, one virtually on November 13th, the second, December 4th, at 6 p.m. We will be hosting these, of course, in collaboration with OSSI, to provide multiple pathways for the public to get feedback from the DC school report card and ensure we hear from as many voices as possible. As Ozzy is physically transitioning, I'm going to encourage us to transition our attention to the ombudsman's office. So we will now have 30 minutes with the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. Interim Ombudsman Tony Kleiner will present the findings from their annual report. That's the beauty of this one. So walking down there, they're here. They're here.
There should be enough swag bags for everyone.
Thank you for the swag.
You are welcome. And I do have some of the materials now, given at least those.
Thank you. For members, so they know, we'll break after that lesson presentation. I know. All right. Tony, we're ready for you. But I think to get to these presentations.
But good evening, everyone. Viewers online, I am Tony Kleiner, and I serve as the interim ombudsman for public education district. And for those who may be unfamiliar, the Office of the Ombudsman is an independent, confidential and impartial office housed within the State Board of Education. The office provides conflict resolution services to families enrolled in the District of Columbia Public Schools and public charter schools. We work to ensure that students have equitable access to instruction and identify and offer policy recommendations to improve educational outcomes for all students based on trends we observe in our casework. In this year's comprehensive report, the office will not only review the work of the ombudsman during the school year 2022-2023, but will also quickly review the amazing work of our DC special education hub. The office continues to attract more and more families who are interested in utilizing our services. And we played a vital role in helping to decrease the number of complaints and result in formal legal action. By refocusing and facilitating conversations between families and schools and having them go back to focusing around their energies around the student's best interest. In school year 2022-2023, the office received 1,364 contacts and we managed 790 cases. Compared to school year 2021-2022, the office's cases increased by approximately 26% and contacts increased by 64%. The largest percentage of cases in school year 22-23 involve student safety and bullying, making up 31% of our cases. Special education concerns with a close second comprising about 24%, while the third largest category was communication and engagement at 14%. Additionally, this year, the office received the most calls from families enrolled in schools in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8 for all categorized concerns except discrimination, which was mostly reported in wards 3 and 6. And just for an FYI, for those who are viewing the PowerPoint presentation, the information that I'm presenting tonight is found online at the SBOE website, so you can see the complete annual report there with greater detail as to the PowerPoint presentation that is before you tonight. Let's take a look at our month-to-month pattern. So for the office, last year we were consistently seeing some of the same information and data from previous years. But however, the office received more contacts in September in March than any other month. March had the highest month-to-month trends due to the Office of the Ombudsman attending 5 outreach events during the month. And as the office continued to look at the data and trends, Ward 5 had the highest cases with virtually an even split coming from DC public schools and public charter schools in March. Decreased engagement this particular school year was tracked during the months of April, May, and June. And there was a 67 decrease in cases from March to April, and the sharp decrease in casework was due to the spring break closures and offices decreased community outreach. But looking at December's data, the office had some of the highest contacts, where we saw 90 cases there, and then an increase high in the month of March, where we saw 122 cases. The top categories were safety, which made up 33% of the casework, and special education, which made up 34% of the casework. The office participated in 3 wide-scale outreach events in September 2022, alongside some of our educational partners, including DCPS, Help Me Grow, and SBOE. So generally, the office receives concerns regarding several topics, like communication, safety, special education, more than any other topic. As we manage cases this year, we place each family's concerns into a primary category based on the issues the families identified. The largest percentage of cases in school year 22-23 involves student safety and bullying, making up 31% of our cases. Special education concerns was a close second, again comprising about 24%, while the third largest category was communication and engagement at 14%. In the next few slides, I want to just talk about a little bit more about the 3 topics of communication, safety, and special education. Just kind of give you an idea of kind of the work that we see in these particular categories. So for safety, out of the 247 student safety concerns, bullying and physical assaults between staff and students were the largest areas of concerns. Concerns about safe passage, sexual harassment, medical health and wellness, and other nonviolent safety concerns fall under these particular categories. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, we have topics. We have main topics, primary topics. We have categories that we identify and associate the cases within our office, and some of those categories are concerns involving a teacher or staff, sexual harassment, jumping, others kind of fall into the category of cases that we may not necessarily have seen in the past. Bullying, safe passage, and medical health and wellness. 64% of the student safety cases involved in student violence, which meant 64% of cases involved students that were harassed, assaulted, or attacked at least one occasion in school year 22-23. So for discipline, in school year 22-23, discipline concerns represented about 10% of our casework, and the most common discipline concerns were around school push-out practice and inappropriate consequences. For example, parents contacted our office concerned that their student would not be able to participate in field trips, prom, or any other school-sponsored activity because of their behavioral issues.
So just a quick one, what's push-out practices?
So push-out practice, so when students are, I don't want to use the term legally pushed out, but technically they're not following the policies and procedures that DCPS has put forward for schools to follow when it comes to, say, suspension. So there's like, according to the DC chapter 25 discipline, there's like tier levels and infractions that the school has to go by. And so a lot of the times we saw some of the schools just kind of disregarding chapter 25 discipline policy, and they just kind of made it their own thing.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Do you want us to leave the questions to the end?
Let's move to the special education cases. So since the office conception, the office data has shown that students with disabilities are a key demographic. Out of the 790 cases, 186 special education cases were the primary concern. Not that it was, not included in other cases, but special education was just the primary concern. I want to make that clear. The top area of concerns for caretakers were transportation services, school placement, and academic support. Nearly 13% of caretakers reported an issue with OXI transportation, and most of the OXI transportation concerns were from parents wanting better communication about pickup and drop-off delays, which we'll talk more about in our policy recommendation. Additionally, the concerns with school placement made up about 22% in special education cases, and in these cases, parents expressed frustration with the lack of school choice for their students with disabilities. And that closely ties in with the DCPS realignment plan. 11% of parents expressed frustration that their students with IEPs and 504 plan needs were not being met or addressed because of staffing issues or because the parent felt the staff were not listening to what they believed their child needed. But however, out of the 790 cases, despite the primary concern raised by families, nearly half of the families contacting our office had a student with disability. Let's jump into engagement, which is one. So for the last topic category, again, is communication and engagement. Communication and engagement concerns were identified in more than 50% of cases and often overlap with another concern. 43% of communication cases involve safety incidents. During the intake process and casework, as in previous years, we noticed parents were still frustrated with schools not providing incident reports and making contact in a timely manner when their student was injured at school. Only 34%, 34 cases noted communication and engagement as the only issue. An example of communication and engagement as the only issue is when a parent reported that the student's teacher did not acknowledge the student at drop off in the morning. Let's kind of move over into our data, demographic data. So according to the Deputy Mayor for Public Education, the largest enrollment growth in the last 14 years was in the early childhood grades, K3 and K4, and elementary grades, kinder and fifth. Like DME's data, our elementary school case volume over the last few years has been the highest. However, we saw a significant increase in cases from families of high school students. The primary concern for elementary students was safety and special education, and the primary concern for high school students were academic progress, attendance, enrollment, and discipline concerns. And as I mentioned earlier, our primary concern or primary categories are safety, special education, academic progress, attendance, enrollment, and discipline. And within those primary categories, we have several categories of all of these things. So, school year 22-23, the office managed cases at DCPS, DC public charter schools, and non-public placements. In school year 22-23, school safety data was consistent. The previous years, just over half of public school students enrolled in DCPS school in 2022-2023, showing at 52%, and just under half, 48%, enrolled in a public charter school. Despite district-wide enrollment data, DCPS made up 60% of the office's casework, while charter schools made up almost 40% of our casework. this may be fun for you all, because it's gonna break down by, so you kind of see what was brought to the table, by, what was off our office by categories, and trends. So you get to see what we got to see from, throughout your insurance or throughout your years. And so we open cases for stakeholders in almost every zip code in the district. This year, our team received the most calls from our families enrolled in schools in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. Ward 5 schools had the most safety and communication concerns. Ward 4 had the most special education and academic progress concerns. Ward 4 had the most, Ward 8 had the most attendance and enrollment concerns. Ward 7 had the most discipline concerns, and wards 3 and 6 had the most discrimination concerns. Resource needs were mostly identified in wards 4, 5, and 8. Wards 4, 5, and 8 had the highest concerns for multiple topics because total enrollment in public schools is greatest in wards 4, 5, and 8. By sector, enrollment in DCPS schools is greatest in wards 4, so we got a higher percentage there because of the number of schools in that particular area. Enrollment in public charter schools is greater than wards 4, wards 5, and 8. And there are no public charter schools in wards 3. But Ward 2 had the lowest public school enrollment in total, as well as for safety. And so I'm going to open it up for questions before we move to the special education.
All right, let's take out there first. I think, Linda for second, Williams, O'Leary.
Where you had safe passage, does that mean problems with the safe passage program or problems on the way to and from school?
That's a great question. So problems on the way to and from school. So some of our so some of the families, a lot of the families that we received phone calls in regards to safe passage complained about bullying on the way to school and from school. And so there were instances where families had concerns around students from other schools, other wards, meeting their scholars at their particular boundary school to start fights, whether it was a violent occasion or whether it was a verbal, altercation. And so families categorize that under safe passage because a lot of the schools, or a lot of the families rather, would call trying to figure out who they would need to contact if it was outside of the school building. So we categorize it under safe passage.
I think you need to move that closer to you and as you to the mic, okay, back or feedback, everybody's close to each other. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because I had a follow on. My question is basically the same as this question. I'm not trying to drop the cue, but it's in the same vein because safety kept coming up and it's such a high topic. I'm kind of trying to figure out the ombudsman's role in safety and how they coordinate in solving a problem. Because every incident that I've kind of dealt with in my daytime job, the ombudsman's office hasn't, they're not one of the entities that we kind of go to resolve the problem. So if you could explain to me, when you get a call like that, what is your recourse? How do you go about solving a problem? A parent says, my child is getting bullied or he's getting jumped or whatever the case may be on his way to school, like getting a metro stop. How does the ombudsman office kind of attend to that particular complaint?
Sure. Yeah, so our process is that whenever we receive safety calls or any call rather, we immediately make contact with the school to let them know that we received a complaint in our office with regards to this particular category. We immediately, if it's a DC public school, we reach out to, not only name drop on the call, but we reach out to the bullying office. There's a particular contact that our office has been in partnership with, and we will ask them, has a bullying case been filed with your office. They will give us review over if the principal has already launched a bullying investigation, because as we know, DCPS's understanding of bullying is not a one-time occurrence, it's an ongoing thing. And so we reach out to DCPS's bullying office to see if a complaint has been filed and if the school has already reported this issue. If they do not give us an answer to say that the principal has already reached out to them, we contact the principal to say, hey, we received this contact information from your family, and we want to discuss this matter further. And at that point, whether the school is aware of the issue, they would do their internal investigation and we would give them recommendations on how we could best work with them. So in our office, we do create safety plans. Some schools don't really have the opportunity to sit down and create that safety plan. And so our assistant ombudsman will work with the school dean, sometimes the assistant principal, because most of the time the principals aren't always available to have those particular meetings for an hour to create this plan. We also work with the family and the scholar to be involved in this particular safety plan. Within that safety plan, we help families to identify who is someone in the building that the scholar feels comfortable with, letting them know that they're being bullied or they've been assaulted, whether it's physically or verbally. And that is someone that they can go and speak to. We don't necessarily play a role in where we can, do anything, make any drastic changes or, within the school community, but our office did respond to a lot of the cases that we received, because our office staff was kind of like, this is, some of the cases we get fairly gruesome. And so our response to that was to create the student-to-student conflict resolution pilot program. Stephanie and I actually just signed on with H.P. Woodson in their school, and we identified their school through our data, which indicated that they had some of the highest safety concerns and calls to our office. And so we met with them. They identified what the difference was between our mediation process and what the restorative justice process is in the school. And so again, we don't necessarily do major drastic, hands-on work, but we do have different tactics that we can use to address safety through our office. So again, safety plan, communication plan, and now we have implemented our student-to-student conflict resolution.
So I appreciate that, because I did not know that you guys did safety plans with schools and stuff
Yes.
like that. I know some LEAs have that opportunity to do safety plan. And the other thing is just that you guys don't have any other coordination with any other government agency. So you don't talk to safe passages. You don't talk to these other entities that are responsible for safe passage or anything, or try to interrupt it. You guys mainly just work with the school.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to do that.
Thanks for that question.
Commercial break. I believe two was represented tonight. Is that correct?
I don't recall, trust your judgment.
Let's remember.
Sorry. So quick questions on special education. Are you seeing an uptick on the complaints about the transportation issues with special education transportation?
Yeah.
How does it compare to the last year? Because I've looked at the data. I'm worried it's gonna inch up again as people start getting sick for cold and flu season. But what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so right now we're seeing, I would say we had a decline, I would say around in August or so. We didn't see as many cases as we did last year. They are still coming, we still have calls coming in around, transportation. We actually receive, messages on Instagram or Twitter every day, in particular, just letting us know like what the bus route situation is, with Aussie. And also, not really again seeing a lot as we did last year, but we're still receiving some calls.
I mean, since you're our eyes and ears on this, if you can just let us know when you start to see that uptick, because I think, we passed a resolution on it. I think their staffing margin is very narrow. And they don't have a lot of room for error. So I think we want to continue to encourage them to do the hiring fairs and things like that. But I mean, hearing from you, if you start to see not just kind of isolated instances, but a pattern where people are having more problems, I mean, let us know and we can start putting the pressure back on. And then the other question on special ed is the complaints you get, because that was a big portion of the complaints. What portion of it is people who just don't have access to the services in the neighborhood? Because with this boundary study, I heard from parents, complaining about the lack of services at certain schools, then having to go to other schools, even in the ward. So are you hearing that from parents that like the neighborhood schools just aren't serving the kids with special education needs? Like what type of concern is raised there?
So mostly, so a lot of the complaints that we get, and simply you can attest and correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the special education cases that we get are parents looking to have a neutral voice at the table. And they want to make sure that the school is implementing related services properly, that their child is getting a fair shake at the eligibility requirement. They're also trying to make sure that, again, related services are being provided adequately.
And also, they would like, we get parents who connect with both the SPED Hub and our office about just understanding their rights as parents, requesting to make amendments to the child's IEP, wanting to know if they can call on an IEP meeting at any given time, not when the IEP is expired for the year. So we get those calls as well.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just have two main questions, I think. So with regards to like engagement and communication, my question is similar to Representative Patterson in that like the role, like how you go about helping or supporting or investigating schools for that. And like what supports you think would be helpful there?
Yeah, great question. So really, for investigate, don't investigate schools, that would be this.
It's in the word choice.
Yeah, the word, I just, because it's public, and I don't want to get a call tomorrow. No, we do not investigate schools. We do not report it, so. But our term of investigation in the ombudsman is just, going through the case itself, connecting the dots with internal staff members, the parents, things of that sort, but no, we do not investigate schools.
I also wanted to add, similar to what we mentioned about safety plans, our office participates in meetings, mediations to create communication plans. So oftentimes we get allegations about, I've attempted to reach out to the school plenty of times and I'm not getting a response. We find that when we do step in, we do get a response. We can set up a meeting, just be a neutral third party at meetings, or we can actually facilitate meetings and create a communication plan, identify point of contact for the parent to reach out to if they're having concerns with their child.
I'm curious about those issues. Like, is it a point of contact issue? I mean, if someone is in the schools every day, like, is it a capacity thing? Is it like, why does your office need to get involved for then schools to have to reach out and follow up with?
It's a combination. So for what we've seen, it's a combination of schools not returning phone calls, schools not returning emails. So we've had families like forward us like almost an essay of like, this is how many times I've reached out to school. I actually had to sit down at my desk today and like call around to people that I have personal relationships in the school to say like, hey, there's a lawsuit happening here and we need somebody to respond. But we also have to look at, staff capacity within the schools. There's shortages. And so, for instance, this particular case that I checked into today, the special education coordinator is position is vacant. And so the assistant principal is filling in along with doing their AP work. And so, we had to, make our best judgment decision to say, who else can we reach out to outside of the school at DCPS's central office to make sure that this student gets service. And so the communication mainly is, not mainly, is we see a lot of schools not being responsive. And then when they see SBOE, they're like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. And it's like, no, you're not in trouble. We just want to make the connection and let you know that there is a concern that is about the office. How can we help both you and the family get onto one page? And so sometimes parents will say that they want a particular communication method. Some families say like, hey, I work in, a place that doesn't have good Wi-Fi. So you could, email me and I can respond, or we can do, a chat in Microsoft Teams or something like that. And so we'll create that communication plan. It has to be sensible communication plan because we can't just have the schools agreeing to, contacting families, 8 hours throughout the day, but we create, a reasonable plan that says like, hey, you'll reach out to this family with maybe academic updates, attendance reports or something like that every other week, once a week, whatever is, best fit for both the family and the school. Did that answer your question?
It did, I mean, I'm just, look,
Is this question number two?
this is not, yeah, I'll move it along. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm also curious, in terms of the discipline, issues, and particularly with students being pushed out of school. Do you have data on that by sector between DCPS and charter, schools?
Yes. If we get, do you mind if we get that to you while we go to another person and go there?
I have a question about the graph on case topics, safety. I'm assuming that red, which is 2020 to 2021 is the COVID year. That's why the numbers are so low in the red. Graph. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's between 2020.
But then on the graph on case topics under engagement, or under overlap with safety, the numbers are really high.
So this particular, is, the topics of engagement. We have, remember I was talking about the primary concerns? And so these particular, that there are particular cases, so for instance, special education where the topics of engagement, overlapped or was a layered case. So we get layered cases where, and that's why I kept using, primary concern earlier. We have, say for instance, special education that may come in that is layered. So the case may be special education and, there is a safety concern involved and there is a communication engagement, case
So
involved.
that's
So
why,
we break it down.
because like if you look at the blue 2022, 23, not on very many cases compared to 2021.
Well, and this is just for the communication and engagement. And so that means that the communication engagement didn't necessarily, wasn't necessarily a hot category for this.
Did I miss any numbers? I don't think I saw them from resolution. They were down.
We have the data breakdown that involve different cases by board, but not specifically. If that's something that you are interested in, I can get that for you.
Were you interested in board or sector?
Sector.
Sector. Now, let me be very transparent. We submitted for, cancer requests, so we don't have access to all of the, topics that we can pull from like we did last year. And so our, quick base system needs to be updated into, you started the process. But then you have to bring it up. But we'll pull as much data as close to what you're looking for and you can have to.
I'm just curious, I have the working assumption that, more charter schools push out students in the DCPS school. So I'm just kind of, instead of working on that and bulleting, I'd rather know what's going on.
We'll pull it in, that's similar to. Yeah.
One question for clarification. So I feel like in a couple of places we're going back and forth. And my person to do the case number, but I just want to be clear, the graphs that are under case topics are total cases, yes, not percentages on the answer. Okay. Okay. I think I am curious, when you talk about, identification of program needs. So like you mentioned, Woodson, for example, having a high amount of safety concerns that I totally appreciate. Could you talk to me a little bit about what that process looks like, and then like who is able to provide services, and how those are different than like vacation management?
So you want them to know more about the conflict resolution program?
Yeah, but also just like if you could give me an insight on like, aside from, yes, we see a theme, like what it looks like in the office, that, all right, we see a need in a program, is the right thing to do, and then like just generally copy. Yeah.
So interestingly enough, last 2021-2022 school year, Serena and I, facilitated a mediation at one of the DCPS hospitals. And I saw an opportunity, and I said, hey, because we are trained mediators, we have trained mediators, all the assistant ombudsmen have gone through conflict resolution training, very extensive training. And we have our certifications, for conflict resolutions and mediation. And so we did not practice, a lot of our conflict resolution skills in those particular years, and prior. And so I see an opportunity here, in regards to the case streams that we're seeing around safety and bullying. I think that we should implement a student conflict resolution program. And so this is how this particular, conflict resolution college program came about, because again, based off of our data that we saw, I just thought it was an opportunity to work those particular cases. Now, what we do also is, our office typically does, mediation between parents and schools. So we've always done mediations, and parent meetings. I always tell the, different agencies that a mediation and a parent meeting is different. Sometimes parents will use the word mediation, and it's like our mediation process is extremely extensive. It's almost like a legal process. And so we like to tell the family and different agencies that if it's a parent meeting and parents are just wanting to get in front of the school principals just so that they can express their concern, and we can figure out something in like a 30-hour meeting. But if it's a mediation, the mediation is something that we have asked the schools to send over to our office. It's like we talk to the parent, we work with the students, and we're at our wits' end, and this is the last result. And so for H.D. Woodson, the dean, the principal, and I, we agreed that we would use our office's mediation conflict resolution program as a third method before involuntary transfer happens. So, backstory to that, involuntary transfers were high in certain schools. But in certain schools, and so we wanted to make sure that we were going through the tier level before involuntary transfers took place, which the deans were like, this would be really great because this also helps us to justify steps into, students who have like egregious behaviors in their school communities before an involuntary transfer happens. So this is a response and somewhat an intervention before involuntary transfer process happens. Case management is different because again, the process is different. And so right now, Stephanie and I, because we are the most trained in the office, of course, we have a few transitions happen. And so we have a new staff in the office that we train and is trying to perfect the mediation. But for now, Stephanie and I are leading the mediations for Wilson and the other students that fall in the top program.
I want to move us along, and I'm going to encourage everyone, including myself, for precise questions and responses. If you want to encourage questions and responses, we also have presentations and also to advocate, and that's not the end of our agenda. Okay.
All right. So yeah, at this juncture, I would like to direct your attention and invite Hannah up to the stage to give her presentation on the DC special education movement. I know you're excited to hear about.
Thanks so much, Tony. For those at home as well, I am Hannah Blumenfeld-Love, and I am the program manager with the DC Special Education Hub, which is an initiative of the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. We are a program, an initiative that really supports families in understanding special education in the District of Columbia. Whether they're a family who is just now noticing, hey, I'm seeing some things with my kids reading, but I really don't even know where to start, or a family that goes, we've been in special education proceedings, we've been through the IEP process for years, but I need a resource on transition, or I had a question about this class. We're really able to connect them with tools, information, and one-on-one supports so that they can really be that driving force and make those informed decisions to guide their students' special education experience. We're able to do that in three main ways. We do that first through one-on-one support through our hotline, our online contact form, and community-based office hours. We are particularly proud to be able to offer both of our hotline operators. Our program support specialists are bilingual in English and Spanish, so we have been able to really support folks in both of those languages, as well as others through our language access line. In addition to that one-on-one support, we also provide a number of virtual and in-person trainings and other events to families, schools, community organizations, and LEAs throughout the district. Those focus on really those top topics that we're seeing in special education. So what does the eligibility process look like? What does discipline look like? How is that different for my student because they have an IEP? What do reading supports look like? Have certainly been a huge topic lately with the legislation and the work that's been done around literacy. Those are things that we're also able to provide for families, as well as our schools, LEAs, community partners. And then finally, we're able to provide really comprehensive and accessible resources, both online and in print, to support families through their journeys. Since our launch in August of 2022, we've been able to assist DCPS and DC public charter school families in all 8 wards and in every grade, pre-K 3 through 12, as well as some of our adult charter students. We've hosted over 50 trainings, events, and community-based office hours sessions. And we've been able to publish a variety of digital and hard copy resources for families in 11 different languages. In the school year 22-23, just quickly a snapshot by the numbers, we were able to support 781 families, right on target there. We were able to provide 31 trainings in person and virtually, so that we were meeting families' needs regardless of their preference. We had over 14,000 website visitors to access those online resources. And through our survey data, we were able to find that over 97% of families would recommend working with the PC Special Education Hub to their peers in the community. In general, we are really, really proud of the work that our team's been able to accomplish over this first school year as an initiative, and we look forward to continuing that work going into the coming year. And I will pass it back over to Tony.
Anybody have any questions before we move over to policy recommendations? Let's move to policy recommendations, right? Quickly, policy recommendations that our office is lifting up. The problem is that DC public schools encounter difficulties with implementing the district-wide bullying prevention policy. And the impact of students weren't able to exhaust all interventions available to help them resolve conflict, which is essential. The office's policy recommendation is to establish district-wide guidelines for using restorative practices and mediation when a student has been bullied or alleges bullying. The guidelines should provide a point of contact, create criteria for restorative practices, define what those restorative practices options are, and suggest follow-up actions. Teachers, administrators, and other staff should also receive ongoing trainings conducted by School Talk, which OSSI currently partners with, and the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education as a resource for students and student mediation as well. Bye.
And then our last policy recommendation, is, the problem was that families of students with disabilities, as we mentioned earlier, utilizing OxyDOT services experience communication challenges regarding pickup and drop off. And so, the impact was that insufficient communication resulted in attendance and truancy issues. Sadly enough, we, also do mediations with, the Office of Attorney General for truancy. And, you'll see, great, detailed information in regards to the attend mediation, but we received, a few families from, the OxyDOT connection, OxyDOT transportation connection within those OAG mediation, truancy mediations. So we wanted to lift that up. And the solution is that, Oxy should develop an advanced real-time tracking application that enables families and school attendance counselors to monitor students' expected arrival times, drop-off schedules, bus delays, and route updates. Presently, Oxy's, daily, doc updates offer limited information, including the route number, on-time status, and the timestamp of the most recent update. Our proposed enhancement seeks to provide families and school staff with more comprehensive and precise information, including specific quantitative arrival and drop-off times. Our policy recommendation advocates for Oxy to take swift action in notifying caregivers when their children will be late to school, experience delayed drop-offs, or encounter other bus-related delays. In addition, Oxy should furnish schools with attendance notices, offering transparent and accountable documentation. And I say that because we had several instances where we had to contact the schools directly once a parent notified our office that OxyDOT was not running smoothly. And so the attendance coordinators had no idea that when the student was supposed to arrive. And so that affected their attendance. The schools marked them absent, and again, they ended up in a truancy situation. So we're asking that the Oxy comes up with some type of communication and documentation where parents can submit to the counselors to say that, hey, this is an OxyDOT situation. Please don't hold us accountable for this particular transportation. This time. We're holding question. We're holding question. Next slide, please. And then, so looking ahead really quickly, since our office's reestablishment in 2014, will be 10 years next year, our yearly contacts have surged from a mere 150 to approximately 1,000 interactions annually. Central to our mission has been the steadfast commitment to assisting families in resolving issues at the school level. Over time, as we've honed our practices, we've gained a deeper understanding of the pivotal role our office plays in shaping policies and practices that impact families' access to equitable, quality, public education while striving to eliminate barriers to educational attainment. As we progress, we recognize the importance of enhancing our conflict resolution services, elevating our visibility within the community, and fostering more meaningful interactions with schools and LEAs and families. And so some of the notes that we would like to lift up is that we are still going to, this school year and beyond, strengthen relationships with families and LEAs, provide a wider impact to families and students, increase community engagement across all 8 boards, partnering with 4 DC public schools to provide students with student conflict resolution services, and convening stakeholders to discuss ways to address persistent achievement and opportunity gaps through coordination, collaboration, and/or policy and procedural changes to impact the educational outcomes of DC students. Next slide, please. And that's it. I wanted to just thank you all and just express my gratitude to the state board representatives, E.D. Butler, Dan Davis, Jacques Patterson, for your support, your time, your mentorship even. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to present. That concludes my report. All right, last final questions. Vice President O'Leary.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Because I want to talk. It's not something.
I will take the pass. I'll take the pass.
1 second.
2.
10-second comment here. So Just keep us abreast of when I assume you're gonna reach out to OSSI on the special ed transportation recommendations. I mean, can you kind of update us then on the feedback that they give you? So if there's pushback on things, if there's a back and forth, I mean, let us know what else they need to do. I think that's a good recommendation. It's in line with what we said in our resolution. But what we need to do is we need to stay on top of this and have them, if they're not doing certain things that we need to be done, then just let us know and then we can push further on it. And we can even write a bill and send it over to council if we need to on this thing, if it's not, because I mean, we've given them a chance now and they've got to deliver. So just keep us abreast of that. On the bullying issue, this got out of hand at Party last year. And, you know, there's issues at MacArthur that I'm gonna send over to you already. What I want to make sure we're not doing with this is requiring conflict resolution for the bullied student and their parents and the bulliers. Like that to me, like we've gone in a bad direction on a lot of things lately in the city. But forcing a kid that just wants to be left alone to engage in this process if they don't want to is something I want to try to avoid, versus like a conflict between two groups that are kind of equal standing or something like that, and there's just an issue. So are we requiring kids who are being bullied to participate in this drawn out process? Or are we protecting them? Because they want to be left alone and have bullying stop. So like, what is that process? Because I heard a lot about this dispute resolution. I don't want to make them have to engage in that.
Absolutely. Mediation, and we share this at the very beginning, is voluntary.
Okay.
And so there is no requirement that anyone has to participate in a mediation. Some of the cases that we saw with bullying, wasn't a majority of this. Where students were friends before and they didn't know how to take, this, one particular kid not wanting to be friends anymore. And so that's an opportunity for, scholars to sit down and work out their differences. And so the case that I mentioned earlier over at Eastern that Serena and I facilitated was a similar case to that, where this was a senior student. She was just trying to graduate. And then there was this sophomore girl who, was hanging out with a group of girls that the senior girl no longer wanted to associate with. And so they ended up finding common ground. The senior girl was a cheerleader and the 10th grader said, I want to be a cheerleader too. And they ended up, coming together to make, not the best of friends relationship, but a respectable one. So where it's like, if I see you in the hallway, I don't have to look you up and down. I don't have to, murmur like nasty things. I don't even have to get on social media to address you. And so we were able to work out a few details. So if you are with your group of friends and you see this 12th grader again, how are you going to respond? Are you going to encourage your friends to say nasty things, or are you just going to keep walking, nod your head, and and so all of those different details are discussed. Values and feelings are discussed during that mediation process, but it is voluntary. And so even with H.G. Woodson's partnership, we let it be known that every parent has to agree that their scholar should be able to participate, but no, it's voluntary.
And just to add.
If it's okay, you move to the next question, because you can always talk to us at this is the overview, 50,000 foot, yes. Representative Williams.
Yeah, so in September, Ward 1 had an event around bullying. The Office of the Student Advocate was there, and a couple of things came out of that were around not so many schools are not in compliance with bullying policies. And so I'm curious, when you say the Office's policy recommendations is to establish district-wide guidelines, is that something the ombudsman is going to be doing, or who's owning this work?
So that would not be us to own, that would be the district, because there's a existing policy.
Meaning, or just
DCPS.
DCPS, because it doesn't exist in charter schools either. So like.
DCPS has a policy that exists, and so to amend, I'll use the word to amend some of that language in there and some of the methods that they can use to intertwine the mediation process. I know like even the conflict resolution is a big thing that or a bill that Councilmember Janice Lewis George is looking into.
Right.
And so that's an opportunity there, but it would not be the work of the ombudsman office to do that. It's just a policy recommendation that we want to lift up, because when we reviewed the district-wide policy, it did not include that language in there. And so exhaust all intervention methods, we wanted to link that up.
I appreciate the clarification.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll be quick. Just want to thank your office for responding to a parent that I had recently. Many times what I get is parents who, after contacting the schools don't want to resolve the issue the way that they would like them to look at the issue. They're looking over things, they're giving them a hard time. And so what I appreciate about your office is being kind of like a referee in the sense of helping and bringing that kind of heft to the conversation. Because if the parent does not have someone advocating for them, being an ombudsman for them, schools will overlook them. They will resolve the issue the way that they want to, the easiest way or whatever. And so I appreciate your office stepping in for a particular case that I had from a paid parent from Ward 5. They brought something to my attention and I brought it to your office. And you immediately went over there and actually set up a meeting between the school, the parent, and your office so that you guys can get the resolution. So I know when you asked that question about why would they elevate something to the ombudsman office, a lot of times it's because like schools are notorious, I'm sorry to say it, for just wanting to do the quick answer or whatever the case may be. And that's really not what the parent is looking for in that same type of vein. So they need someone else to come in and step into that because they're not getting it from their school leaders. So appreciate that.
Absolutely, and we're always stressing to schools that we are not the enemy, we're neutral, we don't take sides. And so we're here to help and not, tear down, so. Yeah.
Similar to representing what William, I have a question about the language on the policy recommendation. So I want to be clear. The recommendation is only for DC public schools. It is not specifically for all of our schools in DC. And it's because you are saying, yes, are you not seeing a need across the district?
So majority of our safety cases came from DC public schools. And when we go through like the different cases and trying to figure out like, was this consequence responsive or appropriate rather to this particular issue. We look at those particular policies and we do a deep dive into what the existing procedures are and things of that sort. And so when it came to our safety and bullying cases, DCPS was the highest in our office. And so we tailored that particular policy recommendation to DCPS. But I wouldn't say that public charters, we've seen a lot of public charters issues when it comes to that particular issue, when it comes to like push outs and things of that sort. It's mainly DCPS that we're saying with that. And that
I think I am a bit confused for two reasons. One is because the data you noted that charters are underrepresented in your reports, which to me doesn't mean that the DCPS may have had more cases numerically, that there isn't a need. And I know that chapter 25 governs not just things like bullying, but also governs discipline. And so if we're talking about a revision to chapter 25, like this, what that policy covers. I'm not saying there isn't a need within DCPS. I guess I'm expressing maybe there is an opportunity or a blind spot around like what the policies are that exist, and if people are following policies and where there might actually be a lack of guidance or a lack of policy, or even a lack of people knowing to reach out to you all, and again, noting the underrepresentation.
Yeah, no, that's good. So for us, I think it was Representative Patterson had mentioned earlier, there are schools that you have the policies in front of you, they don't follow them. And so that's when we do the deep dive to see what can be amended, what could we lift up, to say like, hey, we're seeing this across the district, we're seeing it's mainly in DC public schools. This is what we think you all should maybe take a look at. And then the meeting that we had with Woodson, and I think the guy said that he was a part of the restorative justice team for the district. And so the way that we presented our data and our information, he was even like, you're right, like, whoa. And so it's not that we're differentiating, DCPS and the public charter school when it comes to that particular policy, or leaving the public charters out. It's just that the data that we've seen this screams DCPS all the way. And then we also, public charters, they don't always have policies available for us. We literally have to like search the way of sometimes for their policies. And so sometimes we're not always able to get our hands on it, but DCPS is always like there, ready for us to kind of like, pick apart. And so, again, the policy recommendation was based off of what we've seen in our office, and it was named for DC public schools.
Yeah, that all makes sense, and I appreciate that, and I'm encouraging us not to look at a lack of policy or a lack of guidance as a lack of youth. Or that is Representative Henderson.
Just on that point, I would add, like, we're looking at things that have been reported. And it's great for us to analyze that and respond to that. That also doesn't mean those things aren't happening, they're just not being reported.
That's true. I noted that we were gonna have a break, because it is almost 8 o'clock, it's 7:53. I do want to apologize, thank you. I want to apologize to the, OSA team for running behind. But y'all weren't even here from the beginning. So. I would have been downstairs stretching, who knows? But we need to stretch is my point. So we can fully engage with you all, because I know you'll have a wonderful presentation as well. I want to thank the Ombudsman's office for the presentation tonight. And I am going to give us 7 minutes because it's 7:53, and I want us to reconvene at 8 o'clock so that we can also go home and make timely dash. I know, it is what it is. We'll take this 7 minutes.
Break.
all yours.
President Thompson, evening, everyone, reps, other folks, other SBOE members. First things first, I know we have 40 slides, we're going to do this as quickly as possible. Those are about 6 of those slides are recommendations for what we want to have some conversations out. We'll push you some of our data, things that we haven't done, want to highlight that you guys, that you guys take an interest in, as well as some of the kind of help you out with recommendation. Okay. Well, so our office is set up to help families, go navigate our system, navigate both our traditional TCPS schools as well as our charter schools, and any kind of space, any kind of a PK through 12 education space where there may be challenges, concerns, issues, they need to figure out what comes next, figure out the process, anything that can kind of come up during the school day, from pick up drop off to PTA, PTO years to special ed, student discipline, the whole gamut. We're there to support our families from point A to point B. We do this through a myriad of different ways. One of the probably the most important way we do this is through our request for assistance hotline. We got great live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have multiple ways folks can get to that request for assistance line, either calling us, going online through our website. We have the seamless apps so folks can do a quick drop in, as well as we have spaces, we create spaces on social media where folks got links to our seamless app so folks can do it from their phone. In addition to that, we do trainings, workshops, resource building with partners, as well as creating guides and creating hard copy guides as well as online guides. So our request for this year is going to back.
Good all day.
So our request for assistance hotline data, this year was a great year for us. Again, we saw a record number of requests for assistance that we served families with. So these are calls that we help families kind of navigate whatever their issue was from point A to point B. So 34% of these families that comes in this year were at their boundary school. 29% of these families were at out of boundary campus, and around 4% of these families were either at a citywide school or selected school. DCPS represented around 67% of all of our calls. 29% of those families were at charters, and 29% of those families were at charters, and around 2% of those families were either at a non-placement or at a private school. Distribution across the grade bands kind of stayed consistent as well, with 22% of calls coming from families in early childhood grades, 28% of those families coming from for elementary grades, 19 coming from middle, and 28 from high school, which was about 4% higher from last year. 3% of all of our callers were adult minors. So in this 7 notes, next slide. So in this 7 notes, we've had there's multiple areas where families came down in the primary topic areas. The 3 topic areas that we're using some more time tonight is going to be special education disability, student safety, and enrollment access. Since the office is launched, these have been the top 3 areas since the beginning. Outside of school year 2021, where student safety dropped out and was replaced by ed policy and ed policy concerns due to the virtual learning environment. So as we look at special education, we have our top 5 subcategories that families are calling about that reached out to us for special education services. Special education support, for special education placement, which includes vocational services, as well as special education, which includes classroom location, evaluation, which means getting access to evaluation, access to the independent evaluation, or going back and looking at evaluation data. Transportation, which we've all heard about the challenges that Boston had last year, and academic supports and IEP. We talk about our student safety and our data. We are not using the Office of Human Rights definition for bullying, but rather what families are reporting, which is incidents of harassment, and we code any incidents involving an adult, and student as abuse. So yes, 41% of our cases, 41% of our student cases involved in incident bullying, but it's an incident bullying that also, that is in the broadest sense. So it's of harassment, it's a name calling, anything where a parent finds what's as bullying, that is how we're coding it in our head. Roman axis is the third category that we see some of our most challenging cases from. We often heard from families who are new to the city. And this past year, that have been more families whose home language is not English, as well as families who are experiencing caregiver changes. Both dynamics reflect the barriers from missing paperwork, a lack of tech savviness, unique custody agreements, and shifting housing status. One of the things for Roman axis we see the most challenging are some cases that involve custody, where parents are, their parental relationship is changing between partners, relationships where the primary caregiver is indisposed, and now there's a new primary caregiver or a temporary caregiver. Those are the ones where we see the most challenges around the Roman axis. So as we think about our work and how that shows up in slide, we show up in many different ways. Primarily show up through outreach. And so this past school year, in addition to the 700 families that we supported through our professional services line, we met with over 3,600 students and families and educational stakeholders in person. So those were meetings, being showing up at different events, just being present and being engaged with our community, being engaged with those stakeholders and families. 3,600, slightly under 3,600 families who access our online resources and tools. So we have a plethora of online engagement tools and advocacy tools that are here to help families navigate our system. Everything from our dyslexia guide, our bullying resource guide, which I'll talk about in a second, as well as tools that are set up to help students kind of navigate their school choice process, from our career and college readiness guides to career and technical assistance guide, technical education guides. In addition to that, we engage with more than 5,000 families through our social media and other digital resources. We really pivoted the way we thought about using our social media, and the way we use it to make our social media to be much more reflective, to be more than just information sharing, to be more engaging, to be more practical, and give more tips. So our social media is no longer, you won't just see information that's reflecting, okay, we have an event, but you'll see information that's okay, this is how you navigate your safe passage process. Here are the folks that are going to be in the community. Here are the new resources that are being launched. Because actually, here are the new resources that are attached to the programs to some of the programs that are rolling out. So as you noticed in our original slide earlier in the data, we saw around 41% of our families were reaching out for us to bullying. And I say bullying in that broadest sense. The Office of Human Rights has a very technical definition of what bullying is. And that definition is true for all of our campuses. Be it charter, be it CPS. There's guide works for any OHR provides guide work and policy framework for any organization that's serving young people under the age of 24. So, and within that, there's a very technical definition for what bullying is, and then everything else kind of falls into this harassment category. So we created a bullying or harassment guidelines to kind of help families navigate what that process is, because when the school determines that you isn't bullying, they still want to be responsive, but it may not be the process that's laid out in the policy for bullying. It will not be the process that's laid out in the OHR and agreed upon OHR guidelines. So the great thing about this bullying and harassment guide, it lives online, but it is more so mobile friendly. It's a mobile friendly resource, which is swipeable. It's designed to be done with your thumb, done on your phone, done on your iPad. So if there's an incident that happens at the school, you can do this in your car with your child, and you can ask your children these questions like, "Hey, this is something what happened. This happened. X happened," and literally guide you through the whole process of figuring out what's the next steps do I take. What's the next steps do I take to the school? What I should be asking for my school as far as safety planning or as far as a resolution to this incident. Career college and career selection guides are guides that came from one of our great summer fellows this past summer. Gavin Lieber, a lab student, who really highlighted the challenges of not knowing choosing the school, what that school offered, what what courses would get him to where he needs to be as far as his college career. So he set down this process of mapping out all the courses available, all and how that would be to pathways that are really available to students in either CPS or finance. So we have two guides. One is for college prep and another is for career technical assistance, career and technical advancement. Lastly, the resources that we introduced this year is our Navigator. This past school year, the year before, we went through an exercise like an inventory of health services around the service in the city. So what schools were offering families that were going through their English language program, kind of not necessarily ranking them or scoring them on what is available, but kind of what should those families expect when they walk into that building. So we took that information that from those surveys, from conversations with those school leaders, to really reflect what's available in the city and put that out, create a space on our website so families can kind of navigate that space. And we launched that with our Navigator, which is really very much a tool and resource for families that are new to the city, new to the area, and that are figuring out what should I do to get enrolled, what do I need as far as documents, what are the assessments going to look like, what credits will transfer over, as well as kind of where resources beyond the school building are available in the city that speak the language I speak. The great thing about our Navigator that's on our website, it's in a Google Doc format. So for the person whose device is set into their home language, be it Spanish, or Russian, whatever that Google language they have the device, defaulted to, it will translate into that. In addition to that, we have some long-standing guidebook, like a dyslexic guidebook, which is in the process of being updated this year. With our partners from Austin and partners from Code Dyslexia, so it's the Reading Center. And those guys will go here, will be updated, or you can do, and I can definitely behavioral health guide, which is done collaboration with the Department of Behavioral Health, that explains kind of the processes and the options that are available for young people and families that are accessing school-based behavioral health services. Slide. Again, we have a lot, like I said, we have a lot of social media resources. One of the things that we're trying to do this year, as we mentioned before, is meet the needs of families. So we pivoted our 15 with the teams to become 15 on Cripple, which is a Spanish version of our 15 with the teams, which are monthly Facebook videos where we sit down with a educational stakeholder partner and go through their systems and process and introduce them to the Spanish speaking community on how to navigate their systems. Again, as I alluded to earlier around the social media resources, we're very much moving away from just posting information on social media as a place to just like, this is what we're doing, or come see us here. So very much, here's information on how to navigate these tools. Here's how to understand it, and here's how to go and do what you need to be your students best advocate. This past school year, we had over 76 events and trainings and workshops from bullying and harassment, multi-generational community conversations, specific focus groups, know your rights, special education, parent leadership and advocacy meetings, as well as student-centric events that around student engagement and leadership, our UC Student Leader Summits, our UW workshop series, and student conversations around behavioral health. One of the things I'm really proud about is the way we pivot this past year to make sure we're being more inclusive, not of just language, but of also space and travel. We try to be more intentional about making sure if we do something east of the river, do something also west of the river, same and vice versa. So we're not just doing one thing one time, but we're doing the same event multiple times, multiple communities, making it as accessible as possible. Well, observation analysis, we're really dig into the kind of those few topic areas that we kind of highlighted earlier in my data around student safety. We're going to dig into some of our issues around bullying, and we're going to dig into some issues around student discipline. So
this school year, almost every school year, we spend a lot of time connecting with students. Most solutions reflected in our reports about safe passage, what solutions are working for them. This past school year, we pivoted to focus these conversations on what experiences at school are making those students feel unsafe, what experiences are really driving their anxiety and their concern.
So we've had these community conversations, I guess, with students for a couple of years now, going back to the pandemic. But I guess most recently, we're going to reference 21, 22, since that's when students first came back into the school building. And we ask students every time, like, what areas of concern jeopardize your safety, pretty much traveling to or from school. In that, school year 21, 22, we see roughly, 16% of the students that participated in the survey and focus group discussion say that community violence was an issue. Last school year, though, we noticed that rate pretty much doubled, more than doubled at that point. And then we took a concerted effort past school year to focus more on the schools within the priority areas that the DMV's office kind of categorized beforehand. So it is just telling that within 1 year's difference, we noticed just that certainty of, what safe feels like, and then community-based violence is contributing to that. But we can go to the next slide. I know a lot of times when we talk about student safety, we often focus on the community-based violence and the gun violence that exists. But one thing that we heard frequently since we started having these conversations is just the influx and the chronic nature of harassment, street-based harassment, or gender-based harassment. So when we're looking at school year 21, 22, once again, first year students were back in person. We asked students specifically if they've ever dealt with any unwanted attention while traveling to or from school. We've noticed that, students who are identified as female reported double the rate of those who identified as male. And then we asked a clarifying question as well: have they ever been physically, touched or assaulted? As a result, we noticed 11% of female respondents reported so. 7% of male students did so as well. Just want to go ahead and just highlight once again the rate that female students reported being harassed, received unwanted attention double that male students this school year, and we noticed a similar trend the next school year as well. The rate is near similar, and I just want to point out the way we asked the question was different, but we see it very similar status. Just like the first time with community-based violence, we asked what jeopardizes your safety traveling to or from school. We noticed when we asked last year, 43% female students pointed that gender-based harassment specifically was at risk. We noticed 90% of male students pointed out the same rate. So what we're seeing here is this consistent trend. Our female students are dealing with unsafe environments more frequently as they're traveling to or from school. So as a city, what should we be doing? I guess it's more like not just in front of the school buildings, but making sure they get from school literally home without dealing with that unwanted attention.
Along the same lines of the students that we spoke with, about 17% were identified as LGBTQIA+, and about 10% as questioning. Nearly half of those students reported experiencing some sort of street harassment or gender-based harassment. And so students cannot reasonably focus on coursework if they're considering their safety to and from school. Next slide. Students are also showing some concern with in school as well. And so about 17% of students have reported experiencing bullying. And about 4% of them said they were just unsure if they experienced it at all. The impacts of bullying can be lasting and traumatic. And through our bullying workshops, parents have shared the impacts of what they've seen from their students, of the experiencing the bullying and how long that lasts and how to maneuver and move forward with their students. They have a lot of questions about how to support them. While we've worked with them to support safety plans, or connecting them to different organizations that can offer them support as well, more needs to be done about providing support for families and how to navigate these times. We've continued to update our bullying harassment guides and make sure that we've adapted them to social media as well, so they're more accessible to students, so they're aware of the resources that are available to them.
And so part of our conversation with students and families about how they experience safety at school is a reflection and the need for clear expectation on how consequences and discipline are managed. As we reviewed info from our hotline and public data about student discipline, we noticed commonalities about whose schools were disciplining and whose schools weren't disciplining. As you see, when we look at our data, our hard data from this past school year, 61% of our discipline goals related to obstacle discipline.
Many of the same trends that we've seen in our own data are the same trends that are reflected in OSCE's 21-22 State of Discipline report, which is the most recent State of Discipline report they've released. Oftentimes when we are working with families, when it comes to disciplinary actions that schools are taking, we're working with our partners over at the Children's Law Center and the Advocates for Justice and Education when they need someone who can step in more on the advising side of things. Oftentimes in those conversations, we're also seeing the same trends that they're seeing in their cases as well. When we look closer a little bit at our school discipline data across the city, we know SBOE, Student Access to School Amendment Act of 2018, brought a lot of changes and a lot of improvements to the standardization of exclusionary discipline policies and how we document, report, and collect data, which helped us to come a little bit closer to alignment across discipline policies throughout our LEAs here in the district. We've seen the positives of a lot of those in our conversations with school leaders, with families, and with students, but there's still a lot of room for growth that we have, as you can see from the most recent data. A lot of the expulsions and out of school suspensions that are happening at the 9 to 12 level, 50% of those were out of compliance with SBOE, and at the K through 8 level, we saw a smaller percentage at 20%, but a larger percentage of LEAs that made up those out of compliance, out of school suspensions and expulsions. Over the next school year, however, OSCE is continuing to make improvements throughout their disciplinary data collection process. Instead of collecting data at the end of the year, data will collect at 3 different points. We'll collect more data around restorative justice and how schools are continuing education through that. So we'll be looking forward to seeing, how that affects some of the data moving forward. But as we zoom in a little bit closer to who is being affected by this, we see 2 outlying groups. The first being our Black and African American students, which make up about 64% of all public school students here in the district, yet account for about 80% of the in-school suspensions that we see, 92% of the out-of-school suspensions that we see, and 90% of expulsions. And again, this is all from OSCE's most recent State of Discipline report from the school year 21-22. Within our own data, as we look at the students that we serve, again, looking at our students with disabilities, nearly 1 in 3 families that are contacting our office support a student with 1 or more diagnosed disability. As we look at our discipline data again for the entire city, we see again that same disproportion. Students with disabilities make up about 18% of the entire student population, but yet account for 32% of all out-of-school suspensions, 29% of in-school suspensions, and 24% of expulsions. We know that overly punitive disciplinary practices contribute to the widening achievement gap that we have. And we can see from here from this data that it's disproportionately affecting not only our Black and African American students, but our students with disabilities as well, which is the same populations that we saw the same widening achievement gaps coming out of the pandemic as well. And so it's imperative that as we're continuing to support schools and finding ways to better support our students, that we still hold those schools accountable for their high rates of non-compliance and then find ways to help them come into compliance and better support our students.
Considering kind of some of our data and what we see, kind of what we're looking for. Typically, our English language learning families that have we see this continuous steady increase in students from our schools. We have to make more efforts to increase accessibility to our services to English language learners. Families will be limiting English proficiencies. Even though we've updated our navigator to include topics such as understanding the system, for information on for information on these school buildings, as well as other adult education programs, there still needs to be more to make education more accessible to that community. So this brings us to our recommendations. The first recommendation is increasing funding for safe passage workers. We want this. When we talk to students around safe passage workers, when they know they exist, they know safe passage workers are there, they generally have an increase in safety about them. We need to increase the number of personnel available for safe passage workers, so they're available for every school and community that requests them and like them. So we really need to increase the pay of safe passage workers to attract some of the to attract the best possible candidates to fill these positions. Right now, with safe passage workers, you know, same challenges that we have for school bus drivers, crossing guards, safe passage workers face. Shift work is not the most appealing work. The pay is rather low, and it's very hard to maintain the folks that do the job well. So the more we can kind of increase that base funding for them, the better outcomes we're going to get for our students. They increase it, and their increase third of our conversation around safe passage workers is creating a place for student school leaders to collaborate and that decision making on safe passage workers, how they're employed, how they're employed and employed. Lastly, we need to develop more professional development, and bring those safe passage workers into alignment with our school cultures. We also need to standardize at the state level the expectations of safety. So students and families have clear expectations with what LEAs are offering as far as student safety. We need to find ways to incorporate perceptions of safety to any SEL learning and the SEL framework that schools are employing. We need to find meaningful ways to include student and family voice in the process of developing those plans and those expectations. And lastly, we need to review those policies yearly with students and families. And students, so they need to know what to expect during the school year when incidents occur. For bullying, we really need to strengthen our existing bullying laws. We need to create a standard definition of cyberbullying for all LEAs to adapt. Right now, cyberbullying is we created a definition around bullying in 2013. A lot has changed since then. Social media has changed drastically. The way students use devices, the access to devices are very different. 2013, I don't think that many kids had iPhones. Now everyone has an iPhone. It very much is changing the way school culture is feeling around devices. We need to increase their. We need to create better. Sorry, we need to extend the support to better support students when bullying occurs off the school grounds or while on a private device. Too often schools will cite that occurred outside of school hours or not on my device or on my grounds and not necessarily provide the support to that student to that depth. Lastly, we need to increase the urgency to reestablish students' safety and reducing the investigation time from 30 days to 60 days. Right now, schools are required to do an investigation. They have a 30-day window to complete that investigation. During that investigation, yes, the student that was bullied or the student that is, I don't want to use the word victim, that is subject to ridicule, is being supported, but not necessarily a resolution is occurring. So like how we're going to prevent this from going forward. The ideas around the Ocean bullying prevention framework is to restore that student's safety, but 30 days is too long to have a resolution. Lastly, LEA should consider following and strengthening their own bullying policy. We need to merge digital citizenship curriculums with our social emotional learning programs and create clear guidelines on all reported instances of bullying when we investigate. Digital citizenship programs and curriculum are quite common throughout the country. Every county is employing one, employs one, every 6 go to school in high school for part of the health curriculum. California is part of the state standards for health, and so there's ways to adapt our digital citizenship into our school levels. Part of the conversation that we're seeing is easing the burden for multi-generational families that are heavily funded, have elders, have seniors. Part of these are some of the very low end things that would be in the world for these families. So adapting enrollment parameters to include boxes that include grant families, taking an approach of a multidisciplinary team, so the private teams, leaders, school-based clinicians, local support agencies, so grant families can get streamlined access to services, and adopt SIS to connect grant families with LEAs their LEA's CBO partners for the community schools, connected schools, or schools that have service providers aren't in them. So those families are connected at the beginning of the year without necessarily having to search out those partners. Again, for our multi-generational senior families, we really need to increase their technological literacy. Part of that is standardizing our tech platforms used across campuses, potentially to have a single login credential. Many families, will try to navigating multiple systems to get to their child's work, from Google Classroom to Aspen, Canvas. There's a whole smorgasbord of digital platforms that schools have adopted that aren't necessarily geared towards seniors that aren't as technology savvy as some of our other families. And then lastly, ask for communication preferences on enrollment paperwork. A lot of families are not going to email, they're not going to do text, they will do regular phone calls, they will do snail mail, they will do some other platforms that do the notes and so on. But if we ask for this earlier on, it creates a lot more, it's a simple thing that creates a lot more engagement and buying for those families. Lastly, we have some recommendations for supporting our multi-group students and families. The biggest one is demystifying kind of our special education services and jargon, their home language. Yes, right now it's by law, IEPs are supposed to be provided in their home language and it should be conducted in their home language, but all of the other data is not required. So the psychosocial data, assessment data, anything that is going into that IEP that all families have the right to review should be provided to those families in their home language. Lastly, we want to increase support and avenues for academic progress. So that's called providing more virtual learning options for students, supporting non-disruptive education, expanding access and holistic supports for in-school and through community-based organizations. So virtual learning opportunities include self-paced online instructions, creating learning spaces for students who may have otherwise been disengaged. One of the things that we've noticed around some of our families that are Texas or from some of our southern border states, those families are moving around a lot, even if they are in the shelter, even if they are in our shelter space, they're navigating back and forth between our neighbors' jurisdictions while DC is still their home jurisdiction. So these provide options for those families that need to provide more virtual options. So those students and families aren't necessarily in school. Lastly, in your package, you'll have individual award-based data that breaks down kind of award by resident. You don't have to go there. No. So you guys go through it all, do it on your own, but it's broken down by ward of residents as well as ward of school.
All right. Questions for us? Vice President.
I don't have. I just want to thank you so much. That was a great presentation. All right. There's so many problems with the system. The system doesn't address. You covered everything. The slide we were talking about the student report surveys, right? And like the male students didn't report as many harassment or bullying. That so when I was looking at that, I was thinking about guys don't want to come out and say they've been bullied or harassed or anything like that. So I don't know if that's a skewed kind of a survey with that.
So I think, and that question, you see that kind of, yes, we do see that reflection in the data, but when we ask students around how do they feel about safety or their experiences with safety, overwhelmingly we'll see 70% of them say yes, that they're safe. And then we'll ask a question or that folks from the follow-up conversation, right? Can you tell the experience where you felt unsafe? And everyone in the group will share the experience where they've either seen someone become victimized with a weapon, have a family member or a school peer that was victimized on the way to or from school, by an outside adult or an outside person, and all of them indicate that there have been these unsafe activities that they've been party to or witness of. And they reflect part of navigating, our city, kind of navigating, back to and from school. We've asked our students to become a little desensitized to violence, to danger. Things that we wouldn't accept in any other place. Students are accepting as this is what to expect on my way to from school. This is what to expect, from peers in school buildings.
They always say we feel safe, but we have to keep our head on a swivel, always pay attention to surroundings. Like as part of the recommendation of we need to standardize what safe actually means for them, because they're like saying that they feel safe, but then they're expressing, oh yeah, I saw somebody get robbed. Oh yeah, somebody brandished a gun. Oh yes.
But they don't want to admit that
that it scares them, or yeah.
Now this is just it's sad that there's so many things that need to be fixed. But this is really accurate on things that someone needs to hear at a higher level than the state board, like the executive branch. But they talk about stuff all the time, but they're not solving the problems, and their answers are right here. So I was just wondering if they do how much. I want to
That's go around and say, I don't know what the current one is. I believe most safe passage workers are budgeted to be slightly around $20 an hour. Some may get a little bit more depending on the organization you work with. There are other contracts that they're attached to, but most are making around $20 an hour.
That's how many hours? 4 hours a day?
6
hours.
And then split between the shifts. Right.
Thank you. Great report on it. And I just would encourage you, I would love to work with you on trying to turn some of these things into action. Cyberbullying has been a huge issue. Some schools I've heard about. And updating these policies, we have the power to introduce legislation through this board, and we should do it. Are the schools kind of skipping steps? You talk about kind of skipping steps on things. I don't want to have more students getting expelled or removed from the educational setting, but are they really taking, from your standpoint, the bullying issue seriously? Because like it's so corrosive to the mental health of the children who are being bullied, and then the whole learning environment when this gets out of hand. What's your thought? Like, are we hitting the mark, hard enough, or is it not? Like, what do we need to be doing differently in terms of the right balance between the victims of this versus those who are perpetrating it?
So I think bullying is very much a reflection of school culture and climate. I think where we've seen schools that have, the things that we want in school, strong story practices, very welcoming, those schools when they have bullying incidences are able to respond in a way that makes everyone feel home. Brings that young person back to this safety. Folks are walking away with a positive experience. What we see for schools that don't necessarily have that skill or that culture built yet, you see a lot of challenges with capacity. And the folks that would necessarily be assigned to bullying, the deans, behavior techs, school leadership, them not necessarily providing the same amount of attention to those students and families to implement that safety plan with fidelity as kind of agreed upon. What we get a lot with bullying cases is they'll have a great safety plan, great safety plan agreed to, laid out, things sound amazing. Like, this is what I want for my young person, this is what I want for my student. And then 2 to 3 weeks later, that kind of falls to the wayside, and the person that was going to be their hall buddy or the hall monitor no longer available. And we see, I think this past few years, we've seen a lot more adults involved in incidents. It's a reflection of that because parents say, there's only so many times I'll let somebody else hit my child before I show up there and step and do what a parent does to protect their child. So we're seeing more incidents of adults or people from outside of that school community involved in incidents on school community programs because we're not necessarily providing schools with tools and resources to create a culture that keeps those incidents in-house and are resolved in-house.
Before the pandemic, I feel like whenever we had calls related to it in school or out of school, there was more of a okay, this is out of school, let's figure out a way to resolve this. Even if you would have a high high school and a middle school, and the kids are walking by the high school, and the school communities are collaborating to resolve this issue. Nowadays, we get a lot of like, well, the policy says that either on school grounds on their way to school activity. So it seems like it's really reverted back to what the policy says, and which is like at a time, like you said, like bullying has evolved with the evolution of technology and how accessible it is. But I feel like we kind of like narrowed our focus strictly on what's like the school provides and levels where they do at school or on a school device, which is what led to the recommendation.
I'll just follow up with you afterwards. Thank you guys so much for the presentation. Yo.
I have a couple of questions. The policy recommendations are who is responsible for each recommendation in like in your actual report? In the actual report, it says you want this.
So there are things that are HR, there are things that are HR based, there are things that are LGA based, there's some recommendations that if you guys want to be more active on, you can. There are also stuff that, probably require counsel and executive.
Perfect. I figured it was across a couple, so I'll really proud for that. Talk to me a little bit about the question that the office around, like the lack of policy when it comes to what we're saying.
Yeah, so I think we've had a lot of changes in the HR team as far as the city wide bullying prevention policy framework. Office of Human Rights, and they're the agency where all our bullying laws kind of live and are housed and are responsible for, making sure that law is implemented. There were some personnel changes, some staff changes, and some capacity changes, but this year they're back in full capacity, and hopefully we'll see some better guidance to schools, and better accountability part, and being a better accountability partner, better accountability partner for those LEAs that are struggling with these issues. One of the things that needs to be clear for families is that every school has agreed to adopt a bullying policy framework that's centered on creating space for that young person to get their sense of safety back, their sense of ownership and power back. That's the baseline of all the framework. I think part of the challenge is that we did this framework in 2012 and adopted it in 2013. So it's been almost 10 years since we really had conversations around what bullying looks like our school buildings, what bullying looks like online, bullying, that's things that were sensitive then, have changed. So we're at the place now where it would be a great conversation to revisit that task force, to revisit those kind of guidelines that schools are expected to.
And then finally, as we are about to, and when I say about to, I mean after we deal with the report card, after we deal with financial literacy, and then on the horizon, SBO. You mentioned a couple places which you can do digital citizenship. And I just want to have a clear understanding of what you mean by digital citizenship.
So digital citizenship programs that we came across while we were kind of researching that recommendation are models that say this is how you use technology in school building. And for some of those programs, it ranges from how they use AI and ChatGPT to how we use devices to what is appropriate, what's not appropriate on school devices, how peers on devices. And it really explains the consequences of those things. So it explains it goes through posting video, it goes through posting sexting videos, posting images of myself online. It's what it's going to be. Posting things that are my views or kind of what I feel and what I'm feeling now, what I want to express about myself now, how that will live on in Twitter or wherever social media spaces forever. It kind of gives young people the understanding that, as much as social media is instant, it's also forever. It's a digital footprint of who you are at that time, and it's going to be a reflection of who you are at that time. That can be you later in judgment you are held to that and accountable to that. And I think a lot of times young people don't equate the two, and that's part of being a young person, not necessarily having that type of brain development.
I appreciate that. So, I also appreciate, your continued focus on the safety recommendation. Excited, as you all represent us on the, I think it's successful. Whatever the group of people is, that'll be making some decisions properly. And I want to make sure, when we are transitioning to our next thing, because this is 8:47 and 30 minutes, so included the 40 slides, and the questions. So, thank you, OS. We always appreciate you all. So you all can do the notes of where it's we're good in that wilderness. Instead, right now. Yeah, we're ready to go right. Instead, so on Monday, we had our first engagement session with Oscar in the school report card. I do want to thank members, and members of the board and of staff, who attended. We typically have a short discussion to debrief. We typically have a short discussion to debrief. I don't know if it's okay that we don't do an extended debrief around this, because we have had questions from us, unless there's anything burning that people want to lift up. All right, hearing and seeing none. Thank you all, and of course, this is an ongoing effort. So I am going to move us to our bylaw working group update. We do have a presentation from our bylaws and then operating procedures working group on their progress thus far. I believe Executive Director Butler is leading this discussion.
Yes. So, the working group, which consists of Representative Best, Representative Henderson, Vice President O'Leary, Dr. Fleischer, and myself have been meeting monthly, sometimes more than once a month, to go through all the suggestions and feedback that you all gave us that allowed you to make decisions around finalizing the bylaws. What we have for you today are two particular changes that were not covered in the initial discussions with the group that we want to bring to your attention. And to talk about the timeline that where we are and how we expect things to go. So all of the things that you all gave us latitude to make decisions on, we have made decisions, we researched, but the things that we have before you are two things that were not in the original. So the first, one of the questions particularly that were jumped out at us was whether or not, how we call the roll at meetings and voting, and what was in Rob Rules of Order, what we currently do, so forth and so on. So we wanted to share with you all for the first thing. So can we change something to alphabetical, to rotating boards, so forth and so on. Our current bylaws have no language around this. So we could not find written down anywhere why it goes in a particular order, why it's who shows up first versus who shows up last. It's not written in the bylaws, the current set of bylaws that are currently standing, not the revised. So the working group suggestion based on what we saw in Robert's Order and other places is what you have before you. I don't need to read this to you, but it's highlighted the main difference. And what we wanted to do is show you what Robert's Order, the 12th edition, the most recent edition said about that. So you have that next to it. If anyone has any objections to this, now would be the time to say so before we go back and put it into the draft.
Let's give people really like 24 hours to think about it, since it's 9 o'clock, right? You can please put objections on the paper now, or thoughts, or praises, but I also want to expand that window a bit to encourage thoughtful commentary.
So on this, couple quick things. One, if you make, and I'm on the second page of this.
Yeah.
If you do take,
Are we, we're not at the
We're
same.
not there yet.
oh, not there,
On the
okay,
first.
okay, no, those look great.
So the roll call order would be getting it like, in what of circumstances would that apply? Like any.
So like things that would take a vote. So like normally at the public meeting, I call the roll, then there's voting, on resolutions and to adopt things. So forth and so on. And so normally, you get to ask questions, and so this would apply to that. So instead of saying who shows up first gets to do it, or all the students always go first, regardless of when they show up, is that students represent in rotating order and then elected representatives in rotating alphabetical order, followed by the vice president and president.
What is rotating alphabetical order mean? Your representatives.
So whoever name comes first in the alphabet,
By last name.
so that person would go first. And then if there's the next vote or the next round of questions, whoever was first then goes last. And so it just rotates like that until that way, the person who's always first is always the first person.
Got it.
I contacts that was shared with me, which maybe not true, I'm totally not surprised that it's not in the bylaws. I do believe when, John Paul, left us and Alex was the interim, and that was the first time we actually came back in person. It was shared with us that that has been like a tradition thing as far as the who showed up first. I believe it was a way to encourage members to go. I did not hear any report outs on success rates for that, as far as like why we should continue to do it, but I am not surprised that it's not in the bylaws.
But then if you have any objections, please let us know. Our next meeting is next Thursday. Second thing, non-resolution business items at work session. So this is something that we also took to the parliamentary session at NASB and asked around about. But we also want to bring back to the street. So the current set of bylaws is executive. We vote in regular meeting, we vote in public meeting on conducting votes on national report to state board, and that in working sessions, no official measures are taken, no public testimony. The working group suggestion is that we update the language in 2A to read that language that allows for non-resolution voting on business items that include the following items that you have. Approving letters of support or statements, including official testimony or proposed legislation, referring an item to committee, calling points of order, or making any motion or calling a point of order. And then we lay out what our rules of order set about this. So that's, we just wanted to, again, the committee met, we talked about it, and we didn't want to make a decision because that wasn't on the original list.
My question would be, could the committee share some of the background for like what, how this compares the working session or any other problems this solves for? I give us some of what this will do for us.
I think some of the things is,
Well, just like, for example, we had the letter to DCPS and we're all kind of like, are we agreeing to send this letter at a working session? And it would have been helpful, I think, if we could have voted to indicate in a, I mean, we sort of did, right? Like we were kind of like, or something, and also to allow people to abstain officially. So like there was at least one person who had a conflict who couldn't really vote on it, and then they could be on the record saying I was abstaining. But generally just to like, when we need to make a decision as a board whether we're gonna do something or not, that we we do occasionally do at a working session, then we would be able to vote that decision.
And I know that, in the past, we've also, so like something like the letter, let's say this would come up via email. And we will have members weigh in and say like, no, if you want to sign on, or like, would we approve in any way that practice, or would we need to affirm that practice in the bylaws, or should the bylaws remain silent, on things like that? Because I believe there are.
Yeah, but it is silent on email vote, but the thing is like, those things are also not public.
Right.
So if the goal is to be transparent and to have the public, like, take note of them, they're in the official minutes, they're posted online. Then I would say we should keep them in this working session format. Because unless no one was to know that I made a decision, it's in a letter, unless they FOIA information, like, then they go through the whole process versus the board voted. And not in an official secret ballot, but in a ballot that is not open to the public. If there's a reason to keep that information away from the public. Like, what is the threshold which we would not share that information? Like, is there a reason for it not to be in the open? Would probably be my question of the threshold, like, is it a reason for it not to be public?
I'm not, so I don't think there's a reason not to be public. I think sometimes it's a matter of we have a turnaround time and or things like, and I think the question is like, what is the threshold? So like I see letters of support listed here and definitely remember I was present for that experience. But I'm just curious, like what the list of items we should add to this versus when there are other things. And that's why I asked for you all to show a little bit of the why so I can understand. Because I'm like, I know they're probably solving for something and I want to know what the thing is. Especially if we're asking people to weigh in and say like, I like it or I don't. Because the other thing I've seen in the past, which I know, and I would say it's a different iteration of the board, because it's not the same members, but I remember a member expressing frustration around is being on a committee, having something go to feedback for the larger board and members having opinions and like the editing happening and not understanding like the why. So it's like you didn't listen to the committee discussion and then like we had a whole back and forth, but now it's out of the committee and then on email you're like, I think this thing, right? Like so, which is also the public sees none of that. And so I'm not, I think transparency is one question. And then I think like our ability to like timeliness when it comes to things that aren't really in the board's purview of work, but might be like somebody calls this emergency hearing on legislation that we want to weigh in. Those are things to balance. I don't have an answer, but those are, and this is why I said, maybe not everything tonight, but those are considerations.
So I have thoughts on some of these bullets here. We do letters of support in a very strange way here, because typically, like if you have the council or most legislative bodies, you have individual signatures on a letter where we say State Board of Education, but there's no official vote. And I really think we should get away from that. I think members should sign on the letters because it's not really the state board as an entity sending the letter. It should be the individual members of the board. So I think it is time consuming as it may be, sending out either a text chain or an email saying, would you like to sign up to this letter? You have until such and such time to do so. I think it's better because as you point out, there could be some people with conflicts to it who don't want to be on the letter. And it just doesn't make sense that we're sending letters signed by the state board. That's not we pass resolutions, we don't write letters. The board is an entity, not individuals. Like when the council sends letters, Congress or anywhere else, or anybody else I've ever seen, it's the members signing the letter, not listening to the council of the District of Columbia or something like that. So I think that should be completely revamped. I think it should be members signing letters, not signing at State Board of Education. That's issue one. Issue two with official.
Well, I'm sorry, so would you like to add that to the bylaws, because that's currently not listed anywhere in the bylaws?
Well, I think that's a standard operating procedure, in my opinion, but it's up to you.
Oh, so you want to add to that, so, which is fine.
I don't know, I didn't put it in the bylaws, but I feel like letters, that's kind of an informal thing where individual members can choose to sign on or not, because they may have a variety of opinions. On the issue of official testimony, I think, again, we shouldn't, unless everybody feels strongly about it, we shouldn't be speaking on issues as a board. Like, we speak through resolutions, except,
Has to be as a government witness. When the president speaks as a
Yeah.
government witness.
yeah, and then that's fine, because like we do that, council does that, other places do that during our oversight hearings and our. But like, I'm thinking specifically of issues, like, I think with your testimony, you and Bernice should have the ability to do that without a vote. And I feel like you can share it with us and say, do you want any edits to this? But I feel like you as president and Bernice as the executive director should have the right to testify without that. But like, let's say it's a specific issue where we may have very different opinions. Let's say it's SROs. Like, and we're gonna do testimony as a board on that. I mean, I think that could be problematic, and I think people should testify in their individual capacity unless there's really unanimity on that. So that's just a thought on that.
But I think that's where, like, the vote would come in. So if there's not unanimous vote, then there would be no board as a government witness for that particular thing. Like, the people would go on their own individual.
Well, that's not really completely how it works. So two things. One, I would say the DCPS tech letter is probably more of the exception, as I've experienced it, than the rule, as far as like, we typically have, those things have come up via email. And then like, people said they want to sign on or not. And we do list individual members unless every member wants to sign on. I would say, I don't feel very strongly about these things. But I do think it is helpful. Like, that's one of the reasons I raised the question around email correspondence, I think. So that's the first thing. The second thing is like, with government testimony, sometimes we are requested as a government witness. And what has been the practice is that if there is a government witness testimony, we send it out to people. And most people, I will be honest, don't tend to get a lot of responses back. But if someone said like, I don't think, maybe something's in there that like we hadn't discussed before, or maybe it's not, I hope it wouldn't be anything that's not representative of a larger point of view of the board or something. But sometimes there are things that are more positional, or will be asked to testify, and we are requested as a government witness. They aren't always, it's not necessarily limited to budget and oversight. And it has never happened before where the chairman has asked us which ones we want to consider, this is the first time that has happened. And so we do have a little more agency at the moment, but that is not necessarily something we should always assume for hearings.
So two other real quick points, if I may.
I don't know if you will respond.
No, real quick. So I was referring to there was a letter that TCPS requested that we write like a letter of support. So not that was not the tech letter. So the tech letter was more along what you're saying about like an issue area. So I don't know if that could have been
an email vote,
or if that had to be a like, this is the board kind of speaking as a whole.
Well, we were requested, it was a request, and the request was like, the board as a whole.
Yeah.
And it was timely to bring up at the working session by virtue of the request, but that is something that in theory could happen via email. I think as I'm saying some of this out loud, I'm wondering if certain things should be in SOPs and maybe not in the bylaws. But yeah, I do appreciate that clarification, because those were two different instances.
And then question for you, do you see this as, like, I don't think we intended this as like everything on this list has to be voted on, but to kind of give permit. So the tradition has been that we don't vote on anything in a working session. And so I guess I should have said another problem we're trying to solve is just to clarify, like, can we vote on non-resolution things?
So I want to speak to that. So like we and NASB, right, there was the parliamentary procedure session. And so they did mention that like state boards do vote on these things regularly during working sessions as well. So like, I think your point around, does something with the email situation in which members are signing on individual names versus a vote is an interesting distinction. One still, in my view, need to work out. But I think these other things around calling points of order, referring an item to the committee, making a type of motion, or approving official testimony, like to me, those things would be things that I would like our board to be able to vote on in a working session.
So, quick reaction to what you said. I just think it looks classier if we have our signatures on a letter, to be honest, than just have State Board of Education. It's just like we can give you our e-signatures and you can just upload them. And so once we authorize it, Bernice, you can sign our name away and put it up there on the letter. In terms of the referring an item to committee, I think that should be the power of the president of the board. I think committee assignments, you can always challenge the ruling of the president and I mean, you can take it out of committee, you discharge it, or you can vote to commit it to committee, and I think that's fine. But I think the initial determination should be the president's. And then lastly, on the legislation, I do actually kind of feel strongly on this. Is that I think just as a matter of practice, since legislation actually involves very specific wording, when we approve a resolution approving legislation, the legislation should be actually attached to the resolution itself and voted on formally versus just saying, because we're treating something that actually is more formal, less formally than we would a resolution. I feel like legislation is being transmitted to the council, it's being voted on by the board. So I think that should actually be done at the formal public sessions versus the working sessions.
The board actually
That's when we do.
writes the legislation.
The only time the board has actually transmitted legislation to council would be the data warehouse. Yeah. That's the only time the board has done that. But we typically do not write legislation, but I really appreciate this conversation. This is again why I was like, what are we trying to solve for? Because I don't like to make assumptions. And so I'm hearing different possibilities or like problem statements. Like one thing, like when Bernice raised, whenever I asked about the email, like transparency and like the order things, I didn't know when I looked at this list. I was wondering if there was like an efficiency question as far as a general, our public meeting, but that doesn't seem like it's here, which I also am not, which is not something I would be concerned about either. But so the why is helpful for me. I would be,
I can speak to the why. So like, I think, for instance, so like we had two presentations here, like tonight that dealt with a lot of bullying, right? So like the idea for me then came up of like, not being on, what's the school wellbeing committee? Like the health and wellbeing committee, I think, please, right? Like it feels to me like that work lives in that committee. And so then being able as a member, but not a committee member, to be able to bring that up, to be able to vote to move something for the, committee to consider that topic, and to move the work forward in that way, in an efficient way. Like, I also want to make note that I vehemently disagree with what you had said around, the president being able to solely have power to assign that to the committee, because to me, that's kind of our whole problem with the DC Council with regards to education. And I would love for us to kind of be a democratic board of being able to, use these. So to clarify and step back a second, like your why is to just empower all members to be able to efficiently move the work of the board to and from.
I think I'm having some confusion because for me, I do understand, from my understanding, from my perspective, work does live in committees. That's why we have committees, right? And like, so I don't know if I completely understand what you're describing when you're talking about moving things around with I'm a little confused by that.
Like if I said like, for example, like I'd like to make a motion that the school wellbeing committee, consider, next steps in their next meeting around implementing the bullying policy that was addressed today by the ombudsman, so that they could at least talk about it in committee, and then at our next meeting we can get a share out to see if they did talk about it and what the conversation was like.
But you just did,
like, I guess
That's what you do in the work.
And I want to
That's what
be,
you did.
and maybe it's helpful for me to share a little bit more about why I asked for the why. So I personally am someone who wants to understand, and it is not a diminishing of what is in front of me. And so I'm looking for more information because I'm not a part of the working group. So I want to be very clear about that. So that's what I really appreciate you sharing with me. So because I'm seeking to understand. So that's the first thing. Second, when I say what are we solving for? So like currently if someone says, hey, can the committee consider this? That's not something we vote on, but it happens. Like there's nothing that precludes that from happening. And it really still is up to the committee to determine if they are taking that work on. So I don't know why we would vote for consideration if the committee is going to take it on. Because it's still up to that committee and chair people or presidents. And so like each committee has chairs are essentially presiding officers. And as a presiding officer, there is like part of the responsibilities of a presiding officer. Just like you're the presiding officer, a co-presiding officer of a committee is to kind of lead people through the decision making of the committee. And there are certain things that like, it's not just rights, but also responsibilities that come with that. And so which I think is not necessarily analogous to DC Council in Education, which is a matter of like committee structure and a whole bunch of other different things. Yeah, so like I'm trying to process, I think, some of the things you're saying, which is also why I said maybe not everything tonight is like a yes or a yes no. Yeah.
If I may, just to give our Ward 1 colleagues comfort on this, I mean, both the council and the state board, have the power as a majority vote to either recommit legislation to a committee under Roberts, by just be straight majority, or to discharge something from the committee. So, I mean, and that's why I just think it should be as a practice, the president makes the initial call on it. There's always an opportunity to reconsider that, but I would trust, since we elected president and they're just trying to balance like the workload of a committee. If a committee's been working on something for quite a while and a resolution comes along from the individual member on that subject, I mean, I think that should be then committed to committee by the president. And then, if somebody objects to that, we could always do a discharge, but that's got to be a majority vote. And I just think someone's got to make the initial call on that. I think it would become very onerous if it was every decision like that to commit legislation to a committee was made by a majority vote. I don't think any board does that. Usually there's a chief parliamentarian that makes the initial decision. But to your point, and the council doesn't do this often enough, but there's always an ability to discharge or recommit. And the will of the majority of the board always trumps on that, if that's what the majority wants. So I think that protection is already in place. I don't think we risk losing that at all through this process.
But so I would say, like, we are trying to be able to do that discharge or that other vote in a working session. And not just in a public meeting. And I'd also like to add, I agree about, we wouldn't do proposed legislation in a working session. So I think we should take that off.
That's why we gave this to you. Because I've already redlined proposed legislation to DC Council. And this has been very helpful.
Well, this is very helpful for us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We get to the, is that it?
So, and I think the other piece again, your thoughts on this, you all voted to make the work, you all gave us latitude to take your feedback and make the final decision. So, the timeline that the working group has established is to, it wasn't very much a ton of work to do on the bylaws. We anticipate having a finalized draft of the bylaws at the December working session, an initial draft of the SOP, and a final draft of the SOP in January. At the January working session. So that is our timeline. You all should have received an email from our committee member Robert about the SOP list. We start working on that list on Thursday. like we start divvying up assignments and writing. Next Thursday, but the deadline has already, a little extended. But if you have other things, the link is still live. Please go in and look at it. We've gone through, and grouped some things that are similar. But if there are some additional things you want to see in the bylaws, there are some people that are clearly going into basic operating procedures. I'm sorry, standard operating procedures.
And I just want to be clear on how I understood that assignment, just in case anybody else is confused. Your request was, are these the right topics for us to be working on, correct?
Was it SOPs?
All right,
And that's all that we have. That's our updated timeline.
no worries. Thank you for that, for the timeline. Thank you for the update. Thank you for, sharing with us what you're doing on, and, the two, recommended additions. Okay, next on our agenda, committee reports. Please, please, please. Committee chairs. 3 minutes.
You have our notes.
Is this, are we leaning into the admin committee reports? Is this in alphabetical order?
No, it's not an alphabetical.
Admin,
I know the A is, but the rest of them are.
are we starting?
I'm just starting because it's.
Okay, thank you.
And, why don't you just take 1 minute to take a look at it, if you have any questions. Then, I'll answer.
I will say that this mentions the budget meeting that happened on October 17th. You all should have received a meeting invite for a special meeting to occur next Tuesday. All the budget items for that meeting will be shared after the admin committee meeting tomorrow. What time is that? I think it's on the calendar at 5:30. Next Tuesday. They request to adjust that and feedback. It is a virtual meeting, so.
Virtual, okay.
It is virtual, so
It
is
is
that
on your,
as
email,
I
it says
shared-
virtual.
No worries, as I shared during the leadership report, we have to approve the budget items. We have not gotten an extension. The latest we can push the meeting is the 7th because it's due the 7th. We have to do 7 days notice. So, virtual meeting at 5:30 is the best we can do, and I had to make the decision yesterday, and so we did not submit the poll. I am really sorry that we are in this situation, but I don't have further, control.
When will we know about that?
We may never know. That, like, it may never happen. No one, it is possible no one will ever say to us anything, but we may never know. I expect it.
Do we have all the information we need now or?
We have all the forms. The thing is that the numbers that Tony and Dan presented to you, based on what they sent us, you can't submit those numbers. We have to go back to the table and cut. So we have to present you all the numbers.
Based on the number they gave you?
Yes. So so this is why admin, I'm happy to give the admin voice over. This is why it's important. Essentially, we did our best, I didn't do very much. Bernice, Tony, and Dan, did their best, to go ahead and use last year's processes to try to prepare us knowing the forms had not come. This year is the first time that they have given us specific categories around enhancements, which limit our requests, and the numbers have to change. And we had to wait for our mark because they asked us to budget to our mark. So unless we couldn't budget to our mark because we didn't know our mark. So now they have to go back and revise everything they presented to us to budget to our mark, and present that to the admin committee. Which is why I was like, I have full faith and I really appreciate everything the staff has done. because we're all working under the constraints that are dealing with the DC government budget. And I'm really disappointed that we don't have things like in front of us today and like all the things. But we're in this boat together. So the best thing I know to do as the president was actually to reach out and ask for help. And I said, hey, a cluster of friends, I need some help. Can we get an extension? Because my preference would be 2 votes at our regularly scheduled public meeting. But the deadline we have been given to submit is the 7th. And I do not in any way, in a very difficult budget year, want to jeopardize any of our enhancements. Just on principle, because what I also really do believe in is getting the most and getting the best, not just for our agency, but the work our agency has to do. So the best thing I could do was to say, I can't call a special meeting as the president so we can take our votes. And if at any point between now and 5/29 on November 7th, someone says you get an extension, we will move it to the general meeting because that is absolutely my preference. And so I will do my best to make that happen and to keep everyone updated if any changes happen. But that is the why. That's why you saw no poll. That's why you saw no anything else because it is an ever-changing situation. Right. Does that make sense? Because I know it's a lot and it's not ideal.
It absolutely makes sense, and just thanks for your leadership on it. I think this is really important to push all these, and it's offensive. We have to submit a maximum allowable request ceiling to the executive branch, but you're making the best of it, and absolutely we should hit the deadline, get those enhancements in, so there's no excuses on whether or not provided. So thank you both. I'll be there Tuesday or Tuesday.
We'll do everything we can to persuade somebody to support us.
Yep.
But sometimes this is why, because I don't speak, gotta be able to listen. So, yes, transparently, that's where we are. If there are no other questions, I'm gonna ask us to move I'm gonna thank you all for just the grace and working with us and ask us to move to the school community and well-being. I don't think Representative Best is here.
I'm on the committee, yes.
Do I have any updates?
We are meeting
Thursday.
We did not.
But maybe. No, go ahead, Robert.
I don't know what to say.
Maybe one.
What's on the agenda?
So a few things on the agenda are, one, in December at our public meeting, we're planning a panel on mental health professional development. We're also discussing just wrapping up final projects for 2023 for the annual reports, things to mention for that. Another item is a way to define safety using student voice. And then just, again, wrapping up projects for 2023.
All right, I wish you all the best. Are there any questions for the school committee and well-being?
One thing I could note for our meeting, one thing to note is Dan and Tony just presented. Their recommendations go into a tracker that we put together in terms of resolutions in the past that the state board has signed off on around safety and mental health, but also past annual reports from Tony and Dan's office. These will be folded in as well, so we can keep track on any follow-up with those. So we work closely with those offices as well.
And I would strongly suggest that it be added to their agenda, any type of engagement for the upcoming engagement that will happen in there for the winter. To discuss that now, because I think we are already singling in on locations. So we don't want to wait until December to start making.
So the state level systemic policy committee did not meet in the past month, and we are working to schedule a date for an upcoming meeting. That will get noticed, so that's still needs to be done.
Anything that makes sense to me before you all?
I imagine that in our next meeting, we'll look at the proposed council hearings and the questions that are before the city in regards to teacher retention, and see how we want to weigh in on that.
Student advisory committee, y'all have been there on the school night?
Yes, we are. We're thrilled. We're thrilled by the bypass through bylaws. Okay. SHC met for the second time on October 16th, where we heard Representative Goulet's resolution concerning the timely settlement contracts for the WTU and established the issues that students found most important. The SHC unanimously supported Representative Goulet's plan to expedite the negotiation process between the WTU and DCPS, which we're all very familiar with now. And we emphasized the need for teachers to receive fair pay raises and promote teacher retention. We also did an activity where we discussed the most pressing issues facing students, found that teacher shortages and lack of engaging extracurriculars were common themes across the city and schools and wards. We meet again on November 16th and look forward to hearing any new proposals from state representatives that wanna consult with students.
Okay. Any questions for the SAC?
I'd be curious, just as you bring up the discussion of like extracurriculars, kind of if you could look into like kind of holistically what students around the city are saying they want to see more of, particularly because extracurriculars is a very broad thing, right? So are we talking sports? Are we talking arts? Are we talking clubs, those types of things, and then also identifying kind of where we're seeing a lack of those programs and opportunities.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, there are things, I think just the general consensus is that kids don't really find the reason to stay after school. You know, I'm sure there's things there, there's clubs, sports, whatever, but the people don't really find that compelling enough to want to stay at school. I think that's the problem beyond just like specific things. I don't know, you know, what the solution to that is, and we'll talk about that next time. Thanks for bringing that up.
All right.
Hey, this is just a question about the SAC more broadly, but how's student engagement looking this year? And part one and part two is where could the board members help?
I don't want to steamroll.
Our engagement looked pretty good. We had it was about 20 members show up at the last meeting, and people were pretty vocal about what they like what they think mattered in their like schools or communities. And as far as what comes to the board helping the engagement, I guess just like continuing to present engaging resolutions, like the one about the timely settlement contracts for the WTU, things like that. Bringing that to the attention of SAC is good.
And maybe even when you don't have a resolution, to still stop by and try to discuss things, could be productive to the conversation, you know, even if you don't have something that you need us to approve, just coming by, could be helpful.
I would second that, you know, they want to hear from the members. So if you could stop by, and usually the Monday between the working session and the public.
Yeah, thank you. And Director Butler, if it's already done, I've missed it. I apologize. But may we get the staff's help to invite the board members on the calendar invitation for the SAC meetings?
Just one thought, if I may, very quickly here. You know, one thing I'd recommend also is, and Director Butler can help you set this up too, is inviting guest speakers, because there's so many people across the city, I think, you know, who, you know, you could bring in and would be really enriching, like everything, you know, we talked about from like the president of our teachers union to, you know, experts from, hey, we have so many experts in the city. So I think you guys calling experts in to just ask the great questions you have, you know, one-on-one with them, like with all our students, I think would be really beneficial too. So I think having those themed student advisory committee meetings, obviously your call on how you do it, but I think there'd be people who would love the opportunity, who are in our education space in the city, to come in and answer all the great questions you guys have.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, thank you to the advisory committee, I guess I should, maybe, I don't know, I should note that, you all do come up sometimes in our, discussions with some of the other, agencies and others, so if we will be in contact with you all as they ask us about student feedback, and making sure to put them in contact with you all, because we don't want to skip you if it's, you also don't have to have them if you're in the one. But we always want to make sure you have the same opportunity, if they are, encouraging student engagement, so we're for that. External committee reports. I'm happy to start. I have two updates. One, the environmental literacy, I think we're committee, are we advisory? Advisory. So if you are not familiar with the fact that we actually do have an environmental literacy plan, as a district, we have one, and it is required to be updated. It was my first meeting, it was not their first meeting. I'm happy to share or just forward along the most recent draft that they asked for feedback. These are not, I want to say it's pretty limited in scope. So I want to say the environmental literacy plan will look a lot like it has in years past. Things that are included in that are things like like if you're familiar with Mary Chay's legislation, like the Schools Act. There's a couple other things that are existing that like govern what is included here. But they did leave recently. The other committee update I have is actually around NASB and PEP. So we will get a fuller readout of the NASB conference. But the delegates in this case, Vice President Lewis, our delegate, did vote on changes to the public education positions at the NASB conference. I believe there were two areas. One was accountability and the other is a statement. But we will send around the updated policy, public education positions for NASB that they provided to everyone at the NASB conference. Those are my two big startup updates. And so it should have, in theory, it should have been in school community and well-being. No. Okay. Finally, new business. I have recognizing the Barkley as, want to make sure we have a quorum. Alice or can't remember this. Okay. The students do not count to quorum, so that's why I'm not noting their movement. One, recognizing Beth Barkley as 2024 AC Teacher of the Year. Two, State Board 2024 meeting calendar. As always, are there other items of new business?
Yes.
I think this might be something we need to address also.
Yes, and I'd circulate these earlier next time so they get official number, but just so I don't need a super majority, I'd like to just add the out of school time resolution, which I circulated by email and put around folks as new business. And I'll make it quick, I promise, Madam President.
All right, that is our item for new business. So are we at 3 items for new business? I have no new business. Okay. All right, so we're going to proceed with the list that we have, and Representative Belay's recently circulated motion. One, CR 23-13, recognizing Beth Barkley as 2024 DC Teacher of the Year, which has already been provided to you all. Is there any, we're not reading resolution. Is there any discussion on that? All right, we look forward to congratulating Beth. We always invite the Teacher of the Year to our public meetings. So hopefully she will be there to receive and get all her flowers. Two, State Board 2024 meeting calendar. It is in the meeting materials every year. We have to go on our meeting calendar for the year so it can be made public. Please, members, don't flag anything that looks great. But take a look, think about things like holidays, and like those types of events. You do not have to necessarily keep that in your repertoire like now and try it out at this moment. But please take a look and get feedback so we can vote on that sooner rather than later. And then at our November meeting, and then be able to publish, so that people can make plans to be with us. Finally, Representative Ule.
Thank you. I'll make this real quick. Just the recent carjacking, tragedy with the student who was shot, was 12 years old, same age as my son. And I think we gotta just start doing something for these kids after school time, out of school, 3:30 to 6 o'clock is this window where I think we can really make a difference on this. And there's so many kids who you talk to who are just so traumatized in the city right now. And we have some really good programs, and then we have some real gaps. And I think if we can build the network, Pave's talked about this numerous times, the DC Action OST Coalition, Mr. Tumton will force to testify in this. I know we put money into it last budget. I'd like to, get feedback from everybody on this resolution. I'd like to try to move it at the next meeting. But I think the key is really getting the momentum going now, because as you've mentioned, President Thompson, the budget process is moving right now. The mayor's getting these enhancements in. So I think we need to make a full court press now on trying to get expanded funding for OST in the next year's budget, because if we don't, we're going to continue to see the issues we've seen with our youth in the city. So I'm going to welcome all feedback on this. I'll take questions now if anybody's got them, but I can't wait to work with you all. Just strengthen this thing. We got 2 weeks, and I'm going to reach out to Pave, see if they want to add anything to it. But just really making a statement that out of school time is such an important element for giving these kids something positive in their lives and keeping them out of trouble. So I'd love to get your support for this.
And question.
I support the spirit of this. I think maybe we should move it another month so that we can, like, if you're still getting more input, maybe we can.
I think we need to have a discussion about it.
Okay. I'm glad to do that. I didn't get a lot of changes to the last one, but if there's substantial changes to it, I'm glad to wait a month. But I just want to try to get the momentum going on this. So, but I think that's fine. So if we want to wait a month, I'll make sure I circulate it in time. We can bring it back to the next working session. Perfect.
So you don't have to work on it alone, the staff is here to work on it with you, so that you don't have to rush to get it out like late. Like they would take on that responsibility. But like, we do have a set of bylaws right now. This is all these things we done 7 days in advance. Like that's the current bylaw in all the books. And like, it's just really hard to cover, like.
So I'm exploiting the loophole of the new business, and there is a way you can just move it without this, but I want to respect my colleagues in this. If they want more time to read it through, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to get something out there so people can start looking at it.
What is the loophole?
Yes.
Well, the loophole is that you can add items for new business here, and then you can also move something without technically presenting it at a working session. But I don't want to do that because I want to work with the students on this. So I'm glad to wait a month, but I wanted to get it out for members to start looking at it right now.
Also, send it to the students on Monday.
Yeah, I'll wait a month.
No, just to get their feedback on it.
Yeah, okay, I'll go see him Monday, because that's a good idea.
If you can't make it, I'll go.
No, I'm gonna go, I was planning on going. Do we have a session in December though?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh, yes.
The only time we don't meet is August.
Okay,
December one is a week earlier, the public meeting.
oh, good. Well, that's good then,
Yeah.
then I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I would say, 2 things. One, Director Butler's comment about the staff helps with these things is absolutely true. And I'm gonna say it again and again and again. which is like, things do not have to be, fully packaged for them, to assist you. And so if you are thinking about writing a resolution, let us know, because she will move in a staff member. And we will also help plan accordingly, whether it is around a committee assignment or something else. That way we're not at the back end, like trying to make sure these things happen. So that's the first thing. Second thing, the loophole around new business, I think is something that is actually for the set of operating procedures. Because our bylaws aren't clear that say, if there are things, y'all don't even know how much time I spend talking. The other people who come to our meetings, and do my best, to hold them accountable to presenting things to the board in a timely fashion, so we can post them and all the things. But we have had very little guidance in our bylaws around working sessions, because Robert's rules also does not cover working sessions. And so I both want to make it possible that if there are things that we need to discuss come up, but I do not want us to lose the getting things to members in a timely fashion so they can be informed about discussion and meeting our requirements for posting for the public. Because as you all will remember, I had to say, hey, members, stop canceling these committee meetings because people will be in trouble. And I prefer to stay out of trouble if possible. So that would be my 2 cents. I see Representative Henderson.
Yeah. This is not a criticism, but just to point out that this is also moving outside of committee. So I'm also confused about that process.
Yes.
So.
Well, out of school.
Which is one of the reasons I said 2% earlier this weekend. But there is technically, we always ask, well, not technically, since there's a little guidance around SOP, and we've been trying to err on the side of things that members need to smooth business and all the things. And I think Representative Williams used the word democracy in these circumstances, right? This is an area where I appreciate, because you would not be a lawyer if you did not say, technically there is a loophole, because you are correct. But that does not mean we don't have other things for other reasons.
Two things.
And I want
The
to
first
move
thing
us
is
to
our
adjourn.
discussion today in our meeting about the bylaws was to think about, instead of 7 days, 3 days, right? Second thing is that probably that this resolution could have gone to Robert's committee first. Because that's what this is. It has to do with health and well-being in school, blah, blah, blah. We have committees where things should go to those committees. And we really only have 2 committees that pumps everything as far as schools.
I'm personally okay with it. I just,
No, I know.
which are we gonna do? Like,
Yeah, and I think that's like, when we were at NASB, that was the example that came up, was that they used, that there was a report or something like that. And it was like, well, we moved to move this to X committee so they can discuss it before we make a vote on accepting recommendations or voting on these recommendations. And that was the example that someone brought it to a meeting, and then the body in the working session, that particular meeting, like moved it to the committee so that the committee can consider it and really dive before it was brought back and voted on by the whole. And so this would probably be like an example of one of those things of someone could say, hey, I'd like to move this, refer this to committee. But again, we don't have those structures, but they're just like good kind of thing.
No, I appreciate that. I also had a different thought I had, which we don't need, which no one has to answer me tonight, is I'm pretty sure we passed resolutions around OST in the past. And so as part of this next support, we go to check and note any changes or updates or where we might be different now. But yeah, so that was my other just like content.
So President Thompson, as always, I will follow your sage advice on this. So what I will do is I will talk to the students on Monday about the issue, get some feedback from them, reach out to stakeholders, and then you'll get feedback from members. I'll bring it back at the next working session. And then at that time, if the members of the committee would like it referred to committee, I'm obviously comfortable with that too. So whatever the preference would be, The other option could be is that you, at the next session of the board, could also then refer it to committee. And it would give the committee time to consider it,
Or
but
we
I'm
can
flexible with
note-
any of that.
We can note the resolution for the committee now. Encourage them to start having a meeting, to just, discuss this, right?
Yeah. And I can get you a revised draft then, that would work.
Yeah, just have the revised resolution circulated 7 days, 7 days in advance of the next working session.
In the next committee meeting, because I need to get it to you before the next committee meeting, right?
And that's
It's
up
for the
to,
working session, it doesn't, so
Doesn't apply to.
we're gonna have the committee, let's just say discuss OST. To make any notes. Have us the draft, so Bernie's gonna assign someone, Director Butler is gonna assign someone, to assist you with this. And we will have the draft 7 days before the next working session to be sure that we can vote in December. And all the other outreach activities sound wonderful because they definitely enrich, the resolution, which, I know most members care about. All right, perfect. That is our last item. I want to appreciate everyone making it to the finish line and congratulate you all because it is 9:47 p.m. So thank you for your time and attention this evening to all the very robust topics. And I am happy to look to adjourn this very, very long working session.
yeah, he's in the motion,
All right.
but we don't
Well,
have.
wait
to
a
do that.
minute, you do things for the public, and people care about that when they're in the public. So I need to say, as a reminder to our viewing public, the state board will continue to hold its in-person meeting. The next public meeting will be held on Wednesday, November 15th in the old council chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. Seeing no further business before the board, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, anyone opposed is probably gone by now. This meeting of the state board is adjourned at 9:48 p.m. on November 1st, 2023.
See, we just voted.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Night, Foster. I know, and then he like,
I know.
escapes, and I'm like.
We're just trying to make it make sense.